stand as they're able for the singing of our national anthem. Thank you very much. It's been moved by Councillor Schneider that the minutes of the regular meeting held April 29th, 2019, and special meetings held April 29th and May 13th, as mailed to the mayor and councillors, be accepted. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? There being none, the communications that's listed will be referred to file. All in favor? Oh, sorry. Councillor Singh?
When you asked, I put up my hand rather than pressing the button. Just an item number 1 in the growth center, urban growth center, as my families have property within that boundary.
Okay, so make sure you're...
And that was declared as part of committee, so it's just a carry on.
Okay, but I think you'll have to fill out a form. Yeah, okay. So
all right, we'll figure it out.
You can do that with clerks, and we'll deal with it appropriately at committee time. Okay. So the communications as referred to file, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We'll now move into presentations, and we have one presentation this evening, and it's Sam Bartenyuk from the Executive Director of the Registry Theatre, and Ms. Marion Boyer, the President of JM Drama Board of Directors, to present an update on the community theatre group, JM Drama. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do you have the presentation up there? Or?
We had a slideshow presentation. Did you receive it?
Okay. Well, good evening. My name is Marion Boyer. I am the newly elected board chair of the JM Drama, and this is Sam Bartenyuk. And also joining us tonight, he's the executive director, by the way, of the Registry Theatre. And also joining us is the JM alumni vice president, Lily Schumacher. Put your hand up. Our board member, Julie Marshall. Our director of programming, Lawrence McNaught, as well. We're here tonight to provide you with our annual presentation on why we don't think the Registry Theatre and its partnership with the city is such a success, and where we're going to go from here. So we were hoping to present an agenda that describes who we are, what those successes entail, why it's working, why our partnership is so strong with you, and our leadership and governance, and where we're going to go from there. So JM Drama, the governing organization board for the Registry Theatre, is a non-profit charitable organization formed in 1983. It focused on recreational theatre with a budget of about $15,000 a year. It was formed as a result of members actually alumni from St. Mary's Catholic High School and St. Jerome's. And it is the managing organization of the Registry Theatre. This is a question that we often get asked at the Registry.
So by comparison, the Registry Theatre is a 150-seat performance venue in downtown Kitchener with a budget of approximately $250,000 a year, with a mandate to produce community theatre productions, provide affordable and accessible rental space, and do professional presenting in a number of different disciplines, music, dance, and theatre. And here we want to make a distinction between JM Drama and the Registry Theatre, but we often encounter people who think that they're entirely separate and distinct entities. And one thing we want to clear up whenever we can is that JM Drama and the Registry Theatre are the same organization. The Registry Theatre is simply a brand, if you like, under which we present professional artists and coordinate community rental space, but we do so in the same vein of supporting and encouraging the arts. We simply have a few additional mechanisms at our disposal under the auspices of the Registry Theatre to do that. I also want to talk a little bit about our 17-18 season, where we had a very successful year, and the Registry was at 90% capacity. Now that's rented 280 days of the year. Now I know 280 is not 90% of 365, but when we consider maintenance, when we consider stat holidays, and other times of year when people are either hiding from or out enjoying the weather, that represents about 90% of the usable dates at the Registry. And that we, in that time, in the 17-18 season, saw 11,000 people attend over 120 events, generating more than $220,000 in ticket revenue, with over $100,000 paid to artists, designers, and technicians, most of whom live and work in the Waterloo region.
So we provide ongoing access to a performance facility, the Registry, for local and Canadian expression, focusing on music, theatre, and dance. We provide affordable rental rates. We support creative experimentation. And this, in turn, has supported downtown businesses, coordination and facility support for local festivals, and supported the cultural identity of an area of the city that is becoming a creative cluster of tourist-attracting venues. So one of the reasons we feel very strongly about why we're working so well, this partnership between the city and the Registry Theatre, is because we have very similar mutual goals and values. The JM Drama Board and Registry Theatre have had many recent discussions regarding why this partnership works well, and we believe it's because of this strong alignment. We have similar creative arts and performances and programming services, and we provide the city with positive inspirational gathering places. And this aligns very well with your Make It Kitchener economic development strategy, which supports performing arts, creative industries in theatre and music and film, live performances, and programs and services and events for greater gathering places. The other element that we really feel strongly about why this success is so key is because of our very strong leadership team, which we're very proud of. And we are continuing to work to strengthen that team and its board governance. We've just finished our second strategic refresh, where we have updated and re-educated our board on our values and missions and sort of realigned them. And we're starting to work now on board role education and succession planning to continue that success into the future, and strengthen our committee support as well. And we stick really strongly to our bylaws and meet monthly to discuss ways where we can maintain current occupancy, manage the growth, and maintain the strong cultural presence that we know that you believe in.
And just in terms of...
I'll give you some extra time since you don't have your slideshow and you're trying to figure things out.
Sorry, man.
So the other thing that I really want to speak about is our leadership at the registry itself. Our executive director, Sam, he makes certain that we maintain the operations at the registry, and our very talented programming director, Lawrence McNaught, over there, has made certain to provide really amazing programming at the registry, and it's made us a local hotspot that not only gives voice to world-class and local talent, it's provided quite high-quality, very affordable support for performances that address key social issues facing our community, like the Arab Israeli cookbook. I don't know if you remember hearing about that, and more recently Chelsea's story. And I cannot move on without commenting as well about the feedback that we get from renters and performers about the facility's sound, its lighting and technical support, which is supported by Alan Hoke, our technical director.
So the City of Kitchener is very much a key supporter, not just in terms of the operational funds we've received for the last 2 years through the Tier 2 Community Grants Program, but also in terms of providing physical building maintenance and upkeep. I want to give a shout out to Dean Hanby and his whole crew. They've been amazing to work with. In particular, when we were able to widen a door to our backstage, which allowed us to move our $25,000 grand piano onto the stage without having to remove the legs and tip it up on its side. If you haven't really lived until you've experienced the thrill of holding up a $25,000 instrument while Alan puts the legs on it. And thanks to you, I don't have to experience that ever again. So thank you. But in conclusion, JM Drama's lease with the city was signed in the fall of 2000, and it was for 21 years. And that lease is coming up, and it's expiring in November of 2021. So we wanted to say we think this has been a fantastic partnership that has enabled us both to achieve some of our mutual goals around development in the arts, and we look forward to continuing the partnership as we move into the future. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much to both of you, and we'll work with you to make sure that whatever slideshow you did have will get out to council after it'll get circulated. So, thank you. Any questions for the delegation? There don't appear to be any questions. Oh, sorry, there are. Councillor Schneider.
Not a question, just comments about thank you for being such a great model of arts and culture in our community, and for such great programming. And you are a great example of living within your means, but still being able to produce and introduce some great art experiences to our community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Any other questions or comments? If not, I too will just add my personal thanks to all of you. You've done great work for many, many years. My connection with JM Drama goes back to my high school years and productions that we put on at St. Jerome's and St. Mary's back then. And so to see that part of the school's legacy continue on in terms of the plays and the musicals and the operation of the theater is absolutely wonderful. Councillor Ioannidis.
Sorry to come in late, but I just wanted to also extend my thanks and for coming in and appearing here. And what I feel and what I've heard is you guys are always a great model for other arts organizations to follow, and we're always looking forward to support good groups like such as yourself that help animate our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's all the comments and questions we have. Questions of staff? Go ahead, Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, I guess I just want to follow up on the mention about the lease being up in another year and a half, and I'm just wondering if staff is working with JM Drama on extending that or renewing it in whatever length of time.
Through the chair, I was not expecting to talk to you tonight, but yes, we are. We're looking at working with JM Drama to consider what a new lease will look like. As Sam mentioned, the current lease is 21 years old, so things have changed obviously in that time period. So we're looking forward to working together toward a new version of that lease.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you again for coming in this evening. Okay, we'll now move on to our delegations. I want to remind delegations that they have 5 minutes to make their presentations this evening. The first delegation we have is Maggie DeVoe, who's here with respect to winter sidewalk maintenance program and the city's age-friendly action plan. Welcome, Maggie.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship, Mayor Verbanovic, and Council. My name is Maggie DeVoe, and I'm the current chair of the Mayor's Advisory Council for Kitchener Seniors, or MACS, as we are more commonly known. The mission of MACS is to ensure effective community input to the City of Kitchener related to the impact of its programs, services, and policies as they affect older adults. I am here with a few of my peers and our staff liaison at the direction of the Total Council to speak briefly to older adult concerns regarding winter sidewalk maintenance. It is important to note that MACS has greatly appreciated the collaborative approach of Council to review this issue in general, and of City staff, Niall Lobley and Laurie Palubeski in particular, to build a set of recommendations based on data as reported in their May 2nd Winter Sidewalk Maintenance Review Report. In the development of the City's Age-Friendly Action Plan, adopted by City Council back in April of 2017, we heard very clearly from citizens that winter sidewalk maintenance is a priority issue. Our first progress report on the implementation of the action plan, presented to City Council last September, restated this as one of the key priority actions to be addressed. MACS feels that it is imperative that we reiterate the importance of keeping this issue a priority going forward. We have been presented with and fully support the recommendations and directions proposed to date, but are somewhat disappointed with the pace of movement thus far. From the perspective of the older adult, sidewalk maintenance is crucial to health and well-being. An age-friendly community, as defined by the World Health Organization, is one which promotes healthy aging through its services, policies, and infrastructures. Risk of injury in older adults is not just life-impacting, it's life-changing. A single fall can mean the difference between living in one's own home and the need for assisted living. The result is often a decision by the older adult to minimize risk by staying inside, cutting themselves off from important and sometimes critical programs and services. Our older adult community members with mobility and accessibility concerns and considerations are often stopped literally in their tracks when faced with even just one section of sidewalk that has not been cleared, thus highlighting the importance of consistency in service. Informal feedback and user story narratives directed to MACS also indicate the need for increased clarity in the message around property owner responsibility and the consequences of non-compliance. Understanding messages around property owner obligation for snow removal is to a large and varied demographic. The stated consequences are received by older adults as a menace that includes fines, further increasing burden of an emotional nature, and forcing some to attempt clearance they are no longer physically equipped to tackle safely. We appreciate the extent and scope of concerns on this topic, including things such as managing the expectations of level of service by the general population, managing ice once snow has been removed, the potential impact of additional salt on the environment, and so forth. While we understand those challenges and others, they must not impede or stall progress. Diligence must be maintained to troubleshoot those challenges now that they have been identified and City recommendations actioned to bring solutions to realization. Data gathered in studies and pilot projects conducted in some of our neighboring communities will be valuable to review as lessons learned. However, it is our position on behalf of the older adults of the City of Kitchener that we proceed and conduct a Kitchener-specific pilot to gather concrete empirical data specific to our city and our needs, with assurance of effective community input to the bylaw review and prioritization of the sidewalks to be included. This will enable the City of Kitchener to propose an informed solution to the issues of winter maintenance and our city sidewalks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. DeVoe. Are there any questions of the delegation? There don't appear to be any. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Next delegation is Don Cleland. Welcome, Don.
Thank you very much. I appreciate being here. So I'm Dawn Cleland. I'm the GRAC member representing the GRAC regarding the Winter Sidewalk Maintenance Program review. Thank you very much for allowing us the opportunity to raise the alarm on the importance of clear sidewalks. The able-bodied population has many tools to navigate our world. Nice, strong legs to vault snowbanks, eyes to see the dangers lurking beneath their feet, balancing skills to soften falls. In general, the people I represent today are exceptionally abled. Instead of legs, they may need to use wheelchairs or walkers to assist them with weakened limbs or poor balance. Instead of functioning eyes to see the road before them, they may use a cane to sweep their path. They have worked hard for their independence, fine-tuning their essential super skills, allowing them to safely navigate their world. Barriers eliminating the safe use of these hard-won skills and tools make these people disabled. Winter snow and inconsistent sidewalk clearing means they cannot safely travel the streets for 5 months of the year. You need not wonder what the Grand River Accessibility Advisory Committee thinks about the value of having clear sidewalks throughout the winter months. Put yourself in our shoes. I would like to invite all members of council to put on the blindfolds that they have at their tables, please. Thank you. Imagine you got up one day and couldn't see a thing. You discover your retina has been completely detached and nothing can be done. You are now permanently blind. You can use a cane to scan the path in front of you. You are very dependent on consistency, knowing what to expect, the landmarks, the different textures of the sidewalk versus the pavement underneath your cane tip, the different sound of concrete versus pavement. You know concrete sidewalks have a much hollower sound than paved streets. You can hear and feel those differences, and it gives you confidence knowing you haven't veered off the street and you are safe. You know what it's like when you meet a wall of snow in the middle of the crosswalk. The fear, the panic. You have to get to your destination. How do you get there now? You often end up in the street using the different sounds and textures of the concrete and pavement to attempt to walk around the barrier. Sometimes you don't figure it out and get lost. If you are lucky, a kind person helps you find your way. If you are not lucky, well, imagine what a threat ice would be. How do you self-correct as you fall? How do you protect the part of your body which will hit the ground when you can't even see where the ground is? What would you want? What do you absolutely need? Remember, the only thing which has changed in your life is you no longer see. You are still you, with the same goals, drive, and dreams you have always had. You need sidewalks cleared to bare pavement on every sidewalk you will travel, as much time of the year as possible. This is the only way the sidewalks are safe, passable, and consistent to allow you to be the exceptionally able person you have learned to become. So how do the recommendations before us today fit in with your new needs? Regarding the review of the snow and ice bylaw, the only way for sidewalks to be safe, passable, and consistent for you is clear pavement. The only question is, how long do you have to wait inside for the sidewalks to be cleared? How long do you get to be isolated? How much impact is the isolation you are experiencing going to have on your mental health and feelings of self-worth? Remember, driving is no longer an option for you. Waiting for an initial clearing for 8 centimeters of snow events is a terrible idea for you. Any amount of snowfall is identical to a mountain of snow. Unless you have bare pavement, you cannot safely travel. You need to hear the tap, tap, tap of your cane tip. You need to feel the edge of the sidewalk. You need snow to be cleared after any amount has fallen. Waiting for a specific amount of snow to fall will serve as a barrier and give a false negative response to the city taking on the responsibility of clearing the snow. This plan is destined to fail by its very design. You would actually be delighted if the city cleared all the sidewalks prior to clearing the street. After all, everyone can be a pedestrian. You cannot be a driver. Also, cars are equipped with snow tires and the protection of the vehicle around them. You have bones to break, a head to crack, blood to lose, and skin to scrape. The only plan which will ever work for you is a plan ensuring a consistent, clear sidewalk to pavement for as much of the winter as possible. You know it's not rocket science. It's incredibly simple, really. The city has been doing it successfully for years in our downtown core. You travel downtown and know the city clears those sidewalks to clear pavement. It works. You know it works and wonder why it's not happening everywhere. You are not the only one who would like to see the city take responsibility for the sidewalks. 63% of respondents to the survey asking that question were in favor of the city being responsible for clearing all sidewalks. With our aging population choosing to stay or needing to stay in their homes for longer, it is not surprising. Council, thank you for walking the sidewalks in our shoes. I hope the gift we just gave you will impact the choices you are about to make and those you will continue to make as our new council. Please take off your blindfolds. They are yours to keep as a reminder of the exceptionally abled people you serve.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions for Ms. Cleland? Councillor Davey.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I think you've highlighted one of my biggest concerns, and that is the consistency of the sidewalks. Have you had the opportunity to look at any other municipalities that already offer sidewalk snow clearing?
You know, I have had the opportunity to look at our downtown. This is about doing the right thing, not about doing what other people are doing. This is about finding a successful way to make it so our sidewalks are not a barrier to our people.
I agree, and I'm not trying to debate, but I mean,
no, I have.
Our staff have indicated that we would be using the exact same technology that other municipalities have used, and there is nothing in the proposal. The only new approach that I've seen since we started having this debate was the proactive violet maintenance, but everything in the proposal and even the full sidewalk snow clearing, there's nothing novel or new or different than other cities are already employing. That's why I'm asking if you have any reference in terms of what the
I know there are other communities doing it. I know there's smaller communities than us doing it. Wilmot Township does it. It's been successful there. There's Guelph does it. People complain about damage done to parts of their grounds. Absolutely. But yes, I'm aware of other communities doing it, and a lot more are doing it because there's been a push from their constituents to actually do that.
One of the things that I suggested earlier on was perhaps taking a deeper dive and looking at these other municipalities to see their experiences. I wouldn't expect anyone to take my word for it. I would suggest some statistically significant representation looking at other cities. Before we put dollars towards this. What are your thoughts about that?
I think it's very good to see what's happened outside of our community, though I do think that unless you try it in our community, then it's not here, it's not us, it's not now. And I think that we will find things that do not work, absolutely. I think waiting till 8 centimeters of snow falls it's saying the city is not going to do a proper job of clearing snow, and it's a defeat before we even begin. I think that it's really good to do studies here. I think it's good to put a little money into it, save your $67,000 for the 8 centimeters of snow, and do a smaller area and see what happens. Like downtown works very effectively. It doesn't have to be all of that. You know, it can be like 24 hours after the cessation of a snowfall. But we have to do something different. This is not working.
On your last point, I would certainly agree. Thank you.
Councillor Michaud.
Thank you for your presentation. I just have a question with regards to expectations. I am totally for doing the right thing, so don't get me wrong with any questions that I'm asking, but when you took us through that walk, which was very, powerful, it's the clear sidewalk that a person who can't see would need. And it's just the sidewalk. It's not the driveway. It's not their front porch. And I know that downtown works because downtown is basically just the sidewalks. So my concern is with the expectation of having a clear sidewalk that's actually safe for a person with a visual disability. Do you think that it's feasible that we could actually have clear sidewalks throughout the entire city?
We haven't tried it. We haven't tried it. I don't know the answer.
And if it's not clear, what happens then? Like if I know you took us through that walk and you hear that noise on the pavement. So what if, the city does everything they can to clear the sidewalk, but realistically, to clear the bare pavement is a pretty lofty standard. And I'm just not convinced that that's possible, but I am totally convinced for trying things. I just wanted to know what your thoughts are on that.
I think it's possible. I think that I'm very opposed to using lots of salt and sand. Well, salt. My husband and I, we have properties, we have corner lots, and we keep it to bare pavement all winter long. It is possible. We work hard at it, but it doesn't make a difference what we do because the next door neighbor and the next door neighbor and the next door neighbor, it's varying degrees of success for their cleared sidewalks. So it is possible, and it's if you let it build, it's a problem. But if you continually do it, it's not a big deal.
Are you totally stuck on the standard of a completely clear bare sidewalk? So there's no wiggle room there.
No option
for standards.
No option.
Okay.
If you take that away, you are going to make it so a lot of people will be stuck or they'll be hurt. Worse again, they'll be either stuck inside the house or they'll be hurt, trying to navigate the society. And it's not right.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming in and giving this little demonstration to us. As a representative on GRAC, as a city councillor, I totally understand where you're coming from and the concerns that you're presenting to us here today. So I just want to say I'd like to make an amendment to our motion at some point when it's appropriate.
Yeah, we're not there yet.
That'll come later? Okay. Thank you.
Next, Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for taking the time to come in and speak with us tonight. I know you had mentioned 24 hours for clearing. Is that the standard at which you would love to see the sidewalks cleared?
Yes.
24 hours, okay.
Within 24 hours. After a major snowfall. After a snowfall, actually. After a snow event, as we call it.
Okay. And what I'm hearing, I agree with you. Mobility is necessary. One of the things that we haven't yet considered is maybe providing more funding for mobility service or providing taxi service so you can get out and get to where you need to go.
So if you do that, we already have Grand River Transit, we already have these mobility services, and we have to book way in advance for them. I've got to tell you something, Dave. These people work hard to be independent. It is important to them. We have built ION, we have created things in our community to encourage pedestrian travel for independence and to say to them, well, you know what, we'll just drive you there. I don't think that that's the answer. I think the answer, it's giving the people the opportunity to be able-bodied and able to use their body the way that they can use it to get where they need to go? No, I don't think the answer is to have it so that you have, what happens when you want to walk your dog? What happens when you want to get up for a breath of air? What happens when you just want to go down to the corner store and get a soft drink? What happens if you want to take your child for a walk to school because you're the blind mom? What happens then?
For my concern, I was concerned more about safety, which you brought up quite a lot in your presentation. So that's where I'm coming from on that. I just don't want to see anybody have to be shut in if they don't want to. And if it makes more sense, if it's easier for them to get a ride to a grocery store or a ride to a meeting, I would like to see that provided.
It would be very nice to have money for that. That would be a wonderful thing. But I think that it can't be at the sacrifice of being able to independently travel in the street. There's something about being able to walk outside your house and take a walk at a destination. Like, I know that people who, we're talking blind now, I know that people who are blind take months to learn a route, if it's a particularly challenging route. And then to be told, well, you know what, in the winter, it doesn't matter, don't worry about that. In the winter, we'll drive you. Like, what does that do to self-esteem? What does that do to self-worth? What does that do, how does that feel, knowing that really it doesn't matter if you learn that route or not? It doesn't matter, because in the end, you know, we're going to eliminate the need for you to even travel that route in the wintertime. And then in the spring you get to start it again, and it's not a good thing.
Okay.
Councillor Marsh.
Thanks, Don, for your advocacy on this issue. And I just want to know, back to the topic of bare pavement. So what we have found is that snow blowers don't usually achieve bare pavement, but most people who have a lot of sidewalks, or if they are able, they will use a snow blower instead of a shovel. And I have heard other advocates for accessibility say that that's sufficient, that it's not bare pavement, but it's flat and it's packed down at a consistent way, and that it's achievable for a stroller or a wheelchair, etc. Does that satisfy you, the snow that gets packed down by a snowblower?
Well, you know what? I don't think so. I don't think so, because there's no way it's going to be consistent. If you think about it, you know, from one driveway to the next driveway to the next property to the next property, everyone clears differently. As soon as you have one person who only clears, you know, 2 inches high or 1 inch higher packed snow blower, and then the next guy, he goes all the way down to the pavement, and then the next person, like, the lack of consistency for people in wheelchairs, for people who don't see, is a huge tripping hazard. And ice will build up on packed snow.
Okay, I don't know that I hear what you're saying. I'm not going to argue with you, but okay, thank you.
Those are all the questions we have. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Melissa Bowman. Welcome, Melissa.
Thanks. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Change is never easy, and it often creates discord, but when people come together for the good of humanity and the earth, we can accomplish great things. That quotation, originally by David Suzuki, was the introduction to the Mayor's State of the City address last month. It seems an appropriate quotation to use again this evening, as we once again consider the need for a snow clearing pilot. The quotation speaks to issues of shared responsibility, the challenge yet importance of change, and serves as a reminder that we must consider not only fiscal responsibility, but humanity and sustainability. All of these issues, of course, are aspects of the snow clearing pilot. First off is shared responsibility. I'm here to speak in favor of a fulsome snow clearing pilot, not just for the benefit of me as an individual, but for a city that is safe, accessible, comfortable for all of our citizens. Though not always enjoyable or easy, I can generally keep my sidewalk clear throughout the winter, but not everyone can. Though this past winter proved very challenging on many occasions, As a currently able-bodied fit adult, I can trudge through unclear sidewalks. But again, not everyone can. A sidewalk clearing pilot provides us with an opportunity to explore options that may better serve all citizens. As the Mayor stated in his inauguration address earlier this year, steadfast in our determination to do what is best for our city, we will bring about positive changes and creative solutions to create a diverse, vibrant, and caring community where every citizen can feel they belong. I believe supporting a sidewalk clearing pilot would be a great example of this. Next is the challenge of change. Again, from the recent State of the City address we heard, Kitchener's 2019 budget is one that enables us to continue delivering the high-quality services citizens expect while we continue to innovate, to lead, and to embrace change for the good. Changing for the good of our economy, our safety, and our planet takes vision, determination, and time, but most of all, it takes courage. We have the courage and the fortitude to continue to change for the good. I believe change for the good involves creating a city that makes it easy for all citizens, young and old, of all abilities, to move around easily and safely in all seasons. Again, a snow clearing pilot could allow us to best identify how to do that. Thirdly is humanity. Suzuki's quote references the importance of valuing our shared humanity. This theme was evident in the Mayor's inauguration address as he stated, "A caring Kitchener can only be achieved if the continuous growth of our communities benefits all citizens and if our neighbourhoods allow for everyone to feel they belong." The city's pedestrian charter also echoes the importance of creating a city that is accessible and walkable for all. A snow clearing pilot allows us to consider how to achieve those accessible and walkable streets year-round. At the State of the City address, attendees learned the number one thing we heard from people as we knocked on doors late last year was the need to change how we move through our city. Our streets need to be safer, more connected, and more inclusive, meaning that whether you're 8 or you're 80, you can move through Kitchener on foot, on 2 wheels, or on 4, or any number in between. We must ensure that our streets can be used by all residents in all seasons, and a snow clearing pilot helps work towards that goal. Lastly is sustainability. City Council recently set a goal of reducing greenhouse gases by 80% by 2050 as part of its climate action plan. In order to meet such an aggressive yet necessary target, we must look at how people move around cities and reduce our reliance on the automobile. Suggestions of providing individual vehicle trips for people otherwise stuck in their homes due to unclear sidewalks does nothing to achieve this target. We need to create cities where every individual has the option of moving throughout the city without relying on a vehicle. So in conclusion, in the Mayor's inauguration address, he ended with this statement: "Together, we walk in the direction of progress to create a more prosperous city, a welcoming city, a city for everyone." I'm excited about that vision, and I truly believe that a snow clearing pilot is needed so we can better create a city for everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Bowman. We have some questions for you. Councillor Davey.
Thank you for coming in. I appreciate your presentation. Same question if I could. Let's assume for the fact that, and I think it's a fair assumption, that the City of Kitchener's snow clearing technology, whatever we end up using and employing in the pilot, will be the same as other municipalities. What's your response to, instead of having a pilot in a small area, looking at a fulsome example in another municipality first before we decide to have a pilot?
I would echo the previous delegation's response. I thought that answered things quite well. The only other thing I would say is I do hear, I've sat through committee discussions where this has been a topic and some online discussion, and I get the sense that there's some concern about keeping that the city will not be able to maintain clearing to a level that meets citizens' expectations. I think we already have examples of that. I would say that it is not uncommon after a snowstorm to hear that there are certain people who are not happy with the level of road clearing snow from the roads because there's priority about how and when that happens, but there's nobody here who's going to suggest that we stop clearing roads. So I think that is something that may happen, that people may not be happy that their sidewalk is not cleared as early as, somebody in another part of the city. I don't think that is justification for not going ahead with this.
Okay, thank you.
Those are all the questions we have. Thank you. The next delegation is Tessa Starkey. Welcome, Ms. Starkey.
Good evening, Council. Sidewalks are transportation infrastructure, and they need to be accessible all year round. I came here last summer to speak in favor of a promising sidewalk clearing pilot, though I was disappointed that last year's Council decided not to proceed with it. Walking through the city this winter with the proactive enforcement, I found that uncleared sidewalks were still a big issue. Now we are here once again considering the options, and I'm here again to ask you to take a more aggressive stance on sidewalk clearing and at least try out city sidewalk clearing. Adequate winter maintenance of sidewalks is essential for making our city accessible to everyone and friendly to active transportation. In this year's report, it states that even under the threat of proactive enforcement, 20% of sidewalks were uncleared at least 24 hours after the end of a snowfall. There was no mention of how long the offending sidewalks remained obstructed after ticketing. I do not think that this is an acceptable level of clearing, as it makes certain that somebody traveling on the sidewalk will encounter a snow-covered section. Another great aspect of last year's proposed pilot was that it was an opportunity to gather data about the effectiveness of various options. Observing the conditions of the sidewalks under such a pilot would allow us to evaluate the different strategies concretely, instead of just making conjectures. The proposals in the report currently don't suggest that any of this sort of data collection will occur. I know there are different opinions on Council about the best approach to winter maintenance, and I'm concerned that an adequate solution will not be found without some solid data. I'm not an expert in city planning or maintenance, so I cannot tell you with great certainty what the best option is. My only concern is making the sidewalk safe and usable for all residents year-round, so I would support collecting data on how to do this most effectively. As proactive enforcement has not yielded acceptable results, I would urge you to expand the proposed plan to include regular city sidewalk clearing and data collection. I believe that Kitchener has the potential to be a place where traveling by sidewalk is safe, convenient, and dignified. But that cannot happen without consistent snow clearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in, and there don't appear to be any questions. So appreciate you coming in this evening.
Thank you.
Our next delegation, and the last one that I have for winter maintenance, is Mr. Phil Molto. Welcome.
It's great to be here. This is my first time at this podium. Waiting for the clock. I heard 45, not 5. Am I wrong? It's 45 minutes?
No.
First of all, thank you for letting me speak here tonight. I didn't expect to be here. I work out in Ayr. I thought I'd be working late, and so I don't have any prepared notes. Just some thoughts up here that I'd like to present. When I was a kid growing up in Guelph, we had senior neighbors. The Whitcoes next door had survived the concentration camps. We had various neighbors around us not able to shovel snow. My mom and dad were adamant that we went out there and shoveled the snow for them because they weren't able to. There wasn't a snow shoveling project back then in Guelph. I was on York Road growing up. It was a major street. You look at the old pictures of what built this community. You look out in the country, what did farmers do? They got together. When the snow blowed, they helped each other out. Am I for snow clearing? You bet I am. But you've only got so many resources, so allocate them properly. The main streets. I live on Glen Road. It's a small street. But this past winter, we started, I've always been one to shovel the neighbors' driveways and cut the grass when they weren't available, because I didn't want to put a look at my neighbor and say, oh, that slob isn't shoveling his snow. I can't believe they didn't cut the grass. Sometimes the person had moved in. I found out one time while blowing my neighbor's driveway, she had twins. I didn't know that. So she came across with some cookies for me. It's about taking care of your neighbor, but as councillors, it's also about taking care of the priorities of your city. You've only got so much money to work with, so please allocate them properly. There's a lot of cul-de-sacs in this area, and we know from the snow removal of roads, everybody's on the phone because everybody's street is a priority. Whether it's Queen Street or it's a cul-de-sac in my neighborhood, everybody wants to be out in the snow. We also know that winter's unpredictable. It hits, it clears, it hits again. This past winter, I think I counted 5 or 6 ice storms. I can't get that down to the pavement as much as I try. It's hard. And in our neighborhood, our snow blowers, there's about 5 of us, it's kind of a competition who gets home first to clear the sidewalks. And we make a swath the entire length of the street and all the way back. First person in takes care of everybody. We know who the people are who've got mobility issues or seniors, and we make sure we do their driveways as well. So it's a matter of taking care of your neighbor. But please don't pull back on the budget because of my word. Just allocate it properly. Make sure people can get to the bus stops. The main streets like Queen Street, Highland, Sterling, please make sure those are done, because if not, the volume of traffic on them, and also with our growing bike lanes and our bike paths, they have to be clear, because they've seen anybody who rides a bike or takes a bike path as a pedestrian, there's a lot of traffic. As soon as the snow hits, there's a lot of people packing that snow down, which makes it hard for you to do your job. So please, keep the budget in line, spend it properly, but allocate it properly to prioritize. The miles and miles of sidewalks in the city, I don't think you could possibly clear it within 24 hours after a snowstorm. There's just too many sidewalks to do everybody's street. So please take your resources, allocate it properly, find that priorities, make sure that the people who need to get to the bus stop, need to get to work, that they can do it, that they're not trapped. I'm a winter enthusiast. I love winter. I love the snow, but I don't like what it does to other people. I don't like seeing people struggling to get to the bus stop, stepping over snowbanks. We've seen that where the street is cleared, then the plow comes by and plows it back in. Please coordinate your resources properly so that the people who need to go out do get out, that they can get to the public transportation, that they can access the bike paths, that the major sidewalks in downtown are all accessible. When it comes to the side streets and the small neighborhoods, I think that's where we have to go back 100 and 150 years, like the great people that built this community, and get together and work together. Share the snowblower, share the responsibility, take care of your neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Molto. There don't appear to be any questions. Thanks for coming in.
I did it less than 5.
Yeah, you did awesome. Thank you.
And again, thank you very much for letting me speak. I appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Okay, so I'll now go to Councillor Galloway-Seelock to bring in item number 10 from the Community and Infrastructure Services Report.
So it's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dave Schneider. I'm just going to read a couple of the lines, not the whole thing. That staff be directed to conduct a review of the required service levels for snow and ice. That staff be directed to conduct a pilot to evaluate the initial clearing for 8 centimeter snow program. That staff be directed to develop priority route options as outlined in program component 3. That staff be directed to extend the proactive inspection pilot as outlined in component 4. That staff be directed to extend the assisted services for sidewalk and windrow clearing program as outlined in component 5. That staff be directed to monitor and further evaluate the neighborhood sharing snow blower pilot as outlined in program component number 6, and that staff be directed to conduct a representative valid survey as outlined in program component number 7.
Okay, thank you. So that's been moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Schneider. Councillor Chapman, you said you had an amendment you wanted to bring forward?
Yes. On the second paragraph, which reads that staff be directed to conduct a pilot to evaluate the initial clearing for 8 centimeter snow events program as outlined in program component 2 of report throughout winter 2019-2020 and report back to me by May 20th with results and recommendations. I'd like that to be changed to take out the 8 centimeter snow event component and read something like this, that staff be directed to conduct a pilot to evaluate the clearing of snow following each snowfall throughout the winter 2019-2020 and report back in May 2020 with results and recommendations. And can I speak to this, or I just...
Well, if you can give it to the clerk to put onto the screen. First of all, is there a seconder for the amendment? Seconded by Councillor Johnson. Okay. So yes, you can speak to it.
Okay, so my concern with the 8 centimeter snow event component of this is that it wouldn't allow us to compare apples to apples. So if we're requiring residents to remove the snow within 24 hours of a snowfall, and the city is only in its 40 kilometer stretch is only going to clear the snow when there's a snow event that is 8 centimeters or more of snow, then it doesn't really give us a good idea of what it would mean for the city at some point if it came to this to do the snow removal of the city. So as a pilot project, which unfortunately we're still working on pilot projects, but as long as that's the case, I would like to see the city take full responsibility of those 40 kilometers after every snowfall.
Okay. Councillor Davey.
Thank you. A couple questions of staff, if I could. Yep, please. First off, I believe staff already has this number at their fingertips, but what would the incremental cost be if this motion were approved?
Yes.
Through you, Mayor Urbanovic, to Councillor Davey. The incremental cost would be approximately $277,000 above what we had included in our costs in the report that was presented in May.
Okay, and I would ask the mover of the motion where she would get this money from.
Councillor Chapman.
Yes, I would hope it wouldn't be about cost. This is a pilot project.
But we have to pay for it, so I'm wondering what the funding source is.
I'm sure there are places we can get the money. I don't think that should be a problem. I think we're talking about people's lives, and we're talking about safety in the streets, and we're talking about a pilot project. This is not a permanent fix at this point, but the only way we're going to have a clear idea of whether this is a direction we want to take a year from now, then I think we have to do it properly. So I don't think it should be about cost. And I'm sure the money always seems to appear from wherever when we have unexpected expenses. So I don't think that this is really a question that we need to be concerned about at this point.
Well, perhaps before you go on with your questions, we can get that answer from staff. Where's the money for the current pilot coming from, or where was it suggested last year that this would be funded from?
I believe it was the snow reserve.
Through the mayor, that's correct. It is the winter maintenance reserve that was proposed for this pilot program as was currently contemplated. Okay. The balance in the reserve is $350,000, and so to go over and above that with what's being suggested, we would have to look potentially at contingency to allow that to proceed, because there isn't available funding within the actual reserve to allow for that amount.
Okay, and sorry, before you click out, could you remind us what the purpose of the winter maintenance reserve is?
The winter maintenance reserve is used to deal with fluctuations as weather events happen, and so if there's weather events throughout the year, it is used to mitigate the additional costs that might come with events that fall outside the normal budgeted range.
So if we are over budget, if I'm understanding correctly, this will essentially deplete that reserve if this were approved, and if we happen to have a bad winter, then that will put us in a deficit situation.
That's correct.
Thank you. My next question is, my biggest concern so far is that, if I could just use an analogy, if we're contracting someone to cut one lawn, it's probably going to be done a whole heck of a lot better than if we're contracting someone to cut everyone's lawn in the city. So my question is, how can I be assured that a pilot of a very small area will be in any way representative of the city proper? When I tend to agree, the downtown sidewalks are done fantastically, as are certain roads in the winter, but as we all know, not all the roads are. So how can I be assured that this pilot would in fact be representative?
Is my mic? There we go. Through the chair, what we proposed last year was to pick the most representative route that we could possibly find. That would include residential properties, school properties, parks, commercial, curb face sidewalks, sidewalks with boulevard. We would have to do the best we could to find the most representative area. 40 kilometers of property includes about 260 homes. So those are the variables that we would try and achieve.
Okay, but if I'm understanding correctly, and I appreciate that, that makes a lot of sense in terms of trying to figure out the difficulties in doing it all, but there isn't really an answer to the question in terms of the order of magnitude of scale and how that would affect the results.
The scale in terms of each of those variables?
Well, like the analogy I used, if we are contracting out a small area, I've noticed that tends to get done very well. For example, the Priority 1 routes for roads are done immaculately for the most part. Priority 3, not so much. We saw ice on roads for a week after some events last year. So how do we account for that? Or are we accounting for that?
I'm not sure I totally understand your question.
Okay. Sorry. So right now we have, in the City of Kitchener, we have, and I apologize for being confusing, but right now we have set priority levels for roads. And there's Priority 1 roads that are done very quickly. There's Priority 2 roads that are done less quickly, and Priority 3 roads that are sometimes go on a very, very long time. In this pilot, is there a separation of that priority, or is everything done to the same degree? And is that can we replicate that across the city? Is that a reasonable expectation?
Through the chair, so if you think about what our service level is in front of a park or in front of a library as it stands today, that is the same service level that we would roll out for the full 40 kilometers of sidewalk.
Okay, thank you. I have an alternative motion, Mr. Mayor, as well. I believe it's contrary to the current motion that I will pass out. Would you like me to refer to it now, and I'll have comments at some point as well? Okay. So if you want to refer to the actual motion on, I guess it's the second last page of the report, I would move that paragraph 1 with respect to the pilot and paragraph 6 with respect to the survey be deferred until next May, that's May 2020, and the staff be directed to research and conduct a statistically significant survey, the details to be worked out later. I would want some public input in terms of the questions as well to ensure it is looking at the level of service, but sorry, I'll continue reading. And the staff be directed to research and conduct a statistically significant survey in other municipalities that already offer sidewalk snow clearing in order to determine the value and level of service. And finally, that the Kitchener Municipal Innovation Lab be directed to explore a gig-style application connecting residents in need of snow clearing with those willing to do so, either volunteer or paid. And I will speak to it whenever is appropriate, Mr. Mayor.
Well, so at this point, I would agree it is contrary, so I would come back to it if this motion fails and look for a seconder at that point in time.
Okay, very good. And I would have comments as well when it's appropriate.
Yeah, so you just want to hang on to it, but people can at least be aware of it. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. Just wondering if Ms. Lusk can expand on the answer that it would be $270,000 above what is currently in the budget on this component number 2, which was $67,500. Is that assuming that we would contract it out, or is that assuming that we would do it in-house and purchase a trackless?
Yes, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Verbanovic, to Councillor Marsh. The cost is assuming it's the exact same cost that were in the original report in 2018 for city staff to provide that service. So it would be $179,000 for that service, plus another $165,000 for a trackless unit.
Right, and so given that one of those is operational and one of those is capital, wouldn't we be able to continue to use the trackless beyond the year of the pilot? So really the cost of the pilot can be, half of it can be amortized over a longer period of time? Like how, yeah. What's, I guess, sorry, I'm just stating that, I guess. And what I'm asking is, what's the lifespan of a trackless sidewalk snow clearer? approximately?
I believe they're 10-year life cycle. Looking over to Eckert.
Okay. So really, it's not 270,000 above. In 1 year, it would we would be able to save money should we be able to continue on with. I know that component number 3 was about priority route options that we will hear about in a year, and given that we know there are many areas in the city that are priorities. We will likely need trackless regardless, and so if we purchase it a year ahead in order to complete this pilot, I think then we can look at the additional dollars as more around the the total. So let's see, it was more like 107, 100, I don't know. What's the extra?
So it'd be 179 minus 67.5.
Right. So quick math, somebody. Just over $100,000, exactly. So I just wanted to make that clarification. And I don't have any further questions. I might have comments later.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
There's an awful lot of figures being bounced around here. I'd like to know, remind me again what the 2 pilot projects were going to cost last year. And don't throw this cost of equipment all in there. That's not fair costing. The only amount you can put in there is the amount of the equipment that's used up. So and I take objection to this, that last year, and staff have done a tremendous amount of work over the past 3 years. Last year, when you brought these figures out forward, we had an opportunity to meet with you beforehand, go over all your figures to see. I'm just hearing this 277,000 tonight out of the blue. We've not had any opportunity to discuss that. So please go over the 277 again for me. What makes that up?
So through you, Mayor Vrbanovic, to Councillor Gazzola, the question was asked, how much would it cost to do a pilot of full services using city staff? So,
and that was, excuse me, that's full service, that's not the 8 centimeters, that's full.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay,
so
any snow occurrence.
Yeah,
okay,
go ahead.
So, what was the difference between that and the proposed pilot of responding after the 8 centimeters using contracted services? Okay, so the full services using city staff for all snow occurrences was $179,000.
179
plus
the equipment
plus the equipment of 165.
Okay, so plus the equipment of what?
165,000.
No, you're an engineer. Accountants would not allow you to throw in the whole $165,000. That's not the cost of the pilot. That may be the outlay cash that we have to do to get into this pilot, but at the end of the year, if it doesn't work, we can sell that machine and get something.
Okay,
right?
fair enough. I thought you were asking about the cost of the equipment.
You're giving me the cash outlay to do it, but the cost is the 179 plus the use of the machinery. Okay? So, and that's for a complete, and if it's a $165,000 unit, it's going to last 10 years, we can mathematically say that's $16,000 a year we use up.
Sure.
And first year we don't use much of it usually. So really, we're looking at a figure of $195,000 instead of the 67 that was brought to council last week, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. So that's that. I wanted to understand that. The other issue of where are we going to find the money? I've sat here for just about 50 years, almost 17 of them as a councillor, and it is amazing the ability that staff have to find money when it's needed. There is money there. I'm going to ask one question. Can someone tell me, when we were dealing with this year's budget, what was the surplus figure that we thought we had for last year? Can anybody tell me that? You don't have to.
Yeah, hold on, Mr. Lautenbach.
Through the mayor, I don't recall the exact number off the top of my head today, but I can certainly provide
You
it.
don't know what figure we had in our mind when we prepared our budget.
At budget time, I don't recall what that was.
Yeah, do you know what the actual figure was after, when all was counted?
Our tax-supported surplus was 1.7 million.
Yeah, so it was considerably more than we were counting on when we were preparing our budget. So we've had a windfall already this year that we hadn't even planned on. Is that not right? So there's substantial dollars there. That's just one simple example of where there are dollars to be found if we really want to do something that we really want to find out the answers for.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I just want to make one point on some of what's being suggested right now. I think if staff came forward and only gave us the amortized cost of a piece of equipment within this project, I think there would be outcry that we spent an additional 10 times what the program was going to be because we had to pay for. We can't pay for 1/10 of a track list. We have to pay for the whole track list, right? And so we have to pay that up front. So if we didn't get that information, we can't make a whole decision. And so I think it's been broken down so that you can amortize it, but at the end of the day, we still have to spend that money, and if we don't proceed with a program, potentially, then we have a track list that we don't necessarily need. And so, while it would have additional, I'm making a point that we can cut things both ways, basically. You can cut it with amortization or not, but regardless, we'd be spending the money.
Councillor Gazzola.
The city is an accrual basis of accounting. So.
Just one question with respect to. Okay. Councillor Galloway-Seelock, that last one wasn't really a point of order.
I know, so.
Okay, go ahead.
That's fine if that's the way it is, but if you'd be the first one, Councillor Gazzola, to come forward and say, we spent more at that pilot project than if we didn't. So getting the full cost is what we need. It doesn't matter the way we account for it. If we're going to spend $177,000 or whatever the number is on a track list, we need to know that full number. I'm not saying I'm against amortizing it. I'm just saying you got to know the full cost of a program. We can't only pay for 1/10 of the trackless mower or the trackless plower.
I think we could cut this 100 different ways. No. I'm just going to ask one question in regards to that. Are we slated to replace any tracklesses in the next couple of years?
Through you, Mayor Verbanek, yes, we are. We cycle through them regularly, so there are 5 new ones coming, for example, this year. I don't know the exact number for next year, but it will likely be 1 or 2.
Okay. So I think that speaks to it that while there is a cost for having one coming in early, it could be rolled over simply if we don't decide to continue into the replacements of the ones that are going to be taken out of commission a year from now, correct?
So this unit that we are talking about would be an additional to the units we currently have.
Right.
So it would be on top of the inventory that we currently
No, I understand that, but a year from now, if we don't need this unit because we decide after the pilot not to proceed, then it would simply be rolled over and we wouldn't buy a new one next year. We would simply continue it into the costs, and use it as the replacement for next year's unit.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Marsh.
I didn't know I'd be so soon after. I'm ready for comments. I'm just clicked in for comments.
Okay. Go ahead, click in again. Okay, so Councillor Singh, you have a question? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, so some of the other discussion around the pilots from committee was also around the snowblower program and some additional costs that may be appropriate to allocate towards maintenance. Some of the information that staff had provided that the program didn't have the expected uptake was because people were reluctant because of the other associated costs in maintaining a snowblower that would be provided to them. Did staff have any additional information to now to see exactly what that cost would be to maintain that program? I think we have about 10 snowblowers for the program, correct?
Through you, Mayor Verbanovic, to Councillor Singh. I believe there were 8 snowblowers that were awarded, 10 were available, and 8 grants were awarded. The grants were for $500 each. And in terms of, we did do some research, and annual maintenance would be on the order of $90 to $180 a year to maintain a snowblower.
Okay. And are staff still of the same opinion that one of the reasons of reluctance is because of the lack of support and maintenance after the initial support of the 500?
I believe that was one of the concerns that we heard back from residents. It was also the fact that the residents had to receive commitment from 5 of their neighbors to actually participate in the program, and they had to establish a place where the blower would be stored, and somebody was going to be kind of the chairperson to be responsible for the maintenance of it.
Okay. So beyond those minutia, logistics of it, those participating in the program, were they also required to take part in the snow clearing assistance program, where if a residence that's within the vicinity, acceptable vicinity to where the snowblower is, taken, that they assist if there's a senior or someone who's not able to clear their sidewalk, that they could, they would be connected with this person who's taken the snowblower.
That was not a requirement of the grant. That is, just something that a good neighbor would do. So in terms of awarding a grant to a resident, that was not a requirement.
Is that something that staff have considered perhaps looking into, or are there any issues about privacy of releasing information if someone is requiring assistance with someone that's taking part in the program already?
So the Assisted Services Program was a different pilot that was run, and there was a battery of questions and personal information, confidential information that was collected through the Working Center to provide that service, and that I don't believe that a resident would be able to gather that information. Like a resident with a snowblower through the Snowblower Assistance Program, I don't believe they would be able to require that confidential information.
So I think maybe I'll clarify myself. What I was asking is, if a resident, there's someone who's taken part in the snowblower program, and you get a call on the same street of someone who needs assistance, rather than going through the Working Center, does a program allow of contact of someone who's already taking part of another program and saying, okay, you know what, there's a neighbor on your street that needs assistance. You've taken part in the snowblower program. Could you help them out?
As of today, the program that we rolled out last year, it does not include that.
Okay. Do staff have any concern of expanding the program to allow that sort of assistance?
It is something that we can contemplate. The sheer fact that we did not get full uptake of the program in itself, the grants, I'm not sure that residents would be wanting to do additional work beyond what they were required to do through the grant program.
Okay. I may still bring some amendment related to that, just trying to put some word to it. I'll see if something reasonable comes to my mind.
Okay. Councillor Davey, you have another question?
Yes, sorry, just a couple quick ones. The first question, and I need clarity on this. In staff's estimation, I know it was limited this time around, but in staff's estimation, do they believe that the proactive approach, given time, would work?
Through the chair, so the whole intent of the proactive program was to determine if it could have a positive influence on resident behavior to be more compliant with the bylaw. Through 1 year and tracking the data, it showed promise that it may be able to do that. The clusters that we picked were representative of all wards and a size that we could manageably track. And it did show some promise, but that isn't to say that it's the magic pill or that it can act in isolation and be the end-all solution, but it did show some promise based on the stats.
Okay, so you're not prepared to say, yes, it will work, but we don't know if it could.
Through the chair, correct. We just don't have enough data. We've only looked at it for 1 year, and the general public has only had a year to absorb the fact that proactive enforcement is now in effect.
Okay, thank you. The next question, this definitely needs to be asked, but I asked last week what the cost would be for the previous motion that was before us if we went citywide, and that figure was $2 million it would cost, and that's only for the 8-centimeter events. Can staff remind me what the amount is if we were to do the full winter maintenance as the motion is before us now with the amendment?
Through you, Mayor Vervanovic, to Councillor Davies. So you're looking for cost to do full winter maintenance?
For the entire city.
For the entire city?
Sidewalks, yes.
Okay, so that is, the values for that are in our previous report. So it's $3.6 million per year.
Thank you.
And then on top of that, there would be capital expenditures of $4 million for equipment.
Exactly, thank you. And last question, I guess this might be somewhat rhetorical, but I'm asking staff if members of council have no interest in finding additional $2 million or $3.6 million, should they be voting in favor of either of these motions now?
Okay, I'm not going to take that question.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'll have comment as well, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Marsh, you had another question?
Yeah, I guess I just thought of, we're talking about the snow clearing contingency budget, but if the trackless if the pilot took place and then after a year it failed, and then we were to just have it be put into the other budget that, for trackless tractors that we normally buy, then I would like to propose that if this motion passes, that it's paid for in part out of the contingency budget, but for the trackless, that it's paid for out of the same budget that the trackless plaza are normally paid for, which I'm sure is a different budget.
I think that's what staff would do.
But it was mentioned, it was asked, where is the money going to come from? And the answer was the snow clearing. It was almost going to deplete the contingency budget, and so I just want to make a point that we're not going to do. I would like to suggest that we not do that.
Okay, so it would deplete the snow clearing budget if we, after the one-year pilot, continue to fund it the first time around. It needs to be funded out of something, and so it would be through there. If, however, we cease to do the pilot after year one, it could be transferred over essentially to the equipment reserve, which pays for the trackless that's going to get replaced next year anyway, and then those dollars would presumably be returned into the snow reserve at that time. Nobody's disagreeing with me. So that must be reasonably... Mr. Chapman might disagree with me now.
Mr. Mayor, so I agree with how you would account for the trackless. I was concerned that there was a misunderstanding about the available funding before, and I think there may be. There is about $300,000 in the Winter Control Reserve. The cost of the program recommended by staff is about $300,000. So the existing program as recommended will deplete the reserve. So there is basically no funding, apart from the surplus from the initial pilot, which will be closed out, to deal with any increase. So even if you account for the trackless on that basis, any increase in the service level will require a funding source. And Councillor Gazzola is correct. If staff are directed to report back with recommendations to fund it, we will do that. But at this point, the Winter Control Reserve does not have funding to support an increase.
Where did staff propose to fund things from last year? Yep, go ahead.
Last year's report was proposed to be funded through the Winter Control Reserve. There was a higher balance last year, so all of the options were going to be accommodated within the reserve.
Okay. So we could potentially transfer from the tax stabilization reserve where the surplus overage from last year went automatically, we could transfer some of that into the snow reserve as part of this motion, correct? Mr. Chapman?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, you could either give that direction tonight or you could direct staff to report back on options to deal with any unfunded balance this evening.
Okay. So, Councillor Schneider, you had a question.
I do. It's just in regards to the trackless machine. In some of the research that I did, I understand that the blade of the trackless machine is wider than the width of a sidewalk, and also the height of the machines can sometimes interfere with tree branches and break some tree branches off. That's what I heard. I don't know if that's your experience or your knowledge of that, but I would trust your opinion on that.
Banovic to Councillor Schneider. No, the blade is suited to clear sidewalks. It is the exact width, and we do have blades that can accommodate different widths and different shapes and configurations. Staff in advance of winter will go out and elevate branches where we see there being some conflict and be proactive about that where time allows us to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hernandez, question? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Verbanovic. I guess the question that I want to ask is, outside of this program, when we have city staff go and clear sidewalks that connect communities, connect neighborhoods, those side sidewalks, and when they're damaged, do you have a cost estimate for that? Well, what does it cost for staff to go out there to repair those sidewalks? I mean, those damaged grass.
Checking my notes here. Through you, Mayor Verbanovic, to Councillor Ioannidis, our costs to repair are about $316 per kilometre.
$316 per kilometre. Okay, so if we were to roll this program out citywide, how would we deal with that level of service that needs to be created? Because to me, I don't think a pilot program is going to iron that out. It's just we're going to have to do $316 per kilometer throughout the entire city. That's how I would look at it as far as repairs, because there's no way we're going to clear sidewalks and not damage any grass. What's that? Are you kidding me?
Okay, hold on.
My snowboard damages my
Okay,
grass.
Councillor Ioannidis, your questions are of staff. Okay.
I believe your interpretation is correct.
Okay, Councillor Davies, do you have more questions or no? Okay, so we're now going to go into the motions. Upon the advice of the clerk and looking at the amendment that's before us, I'm going to deal with the first paragraph, actually, of Councillor Davies' motion first, which is the deferral paragraph of paragraphs 1 and 6. And if that... Oh. Okay, so just to be clear then, we're dealing with the deferral of paragraph 2 and paragraph 6. Or is it still 6? In 7? So paragraph 2 and 7. Sorry? Yeah. Go ahead.
Can you just help us understand why we're doing this first, and also, I guess I want to know why why it's being proposed to be deferred in the first place.
Okay. So I'm dealing with it first because it's a deferral, and a deferral takes precedent.
Okay, interesting.
Before I accept the motion, because then we'll only be debating as to time, I'll give people the ability to make any comments they want to make first, and then I'll come back to the motion. So make your comments on this whole issue, if you're going to make any comments. Right, because I haven't accepted the deferral yet. But that's where I'm going to go to next. Okay, Councillor Davey.
Thank you. I've sort of dove into this issue for the main reason was it's a philosophical issue in a lot of ways when it comes to the amount of money that you spend. I've always been deeply concerned about the financial situation of our municipality, and we have been on a great tear lately. We've been making it better and better. But I get really concerned when I see, and we heard from staff, new services that they can't even find a comparator in terms of the potential cost. And I know that cost isn't before us today, but we're talking about going down a road towards that cost, and we need to be prepared for it. This isn't an issue, and I think I want to be 100% clear on this. I've spoken about my concern with salt, I've spoken about my concern with carbon and cutting up lawns, all that sort of thing. I think what people have been missing is my main point. It's not, I'm not interested in finding out, whether the majority of people want it or don't want it. I'm interested in finding out what the value of this is. And I've done an inordinate amount of research on the issue. I've looked at so many municipalities across especially the province, in some situations the country, and I'm not asking you to take my word for the results, because I get we live in a world where you can lock yourself into echo chambers where you can research and find the exact answer you're looking at. That's not how I operate. I go out of my way to go on messaging boards and that sort of thing that are actually contrary to my view to test it. So I've looked at every newspaper article I've found, and I'm not talking about opinion pieces, I'm talking about the Ottawa Citizen writing, and I'm going to read you a quote here, okay? Just a section from the Ottawa Citizen. John Woodhouse, a Walk Ottawa advocate who uses a wheelchair, said mounds of snow have hampered his mobility on sidewalks. Sometimes he has to double back to find a clear route forward. Quote, in the last 3 years, I've had to take the road more often than I have taken the sidewalk, Woodhouse said. Terry Meehan, who also uses a wheelchair, said there are residents in her Centertown building who won't leave because of the conditions of the sidewalk. This is in the city of Ottawa. The city of Ottawa has the gold standard in the country in terms of sidewalk snow clearing, and it is the exact same level of service that we're proposing today. This is what I'm deeply worried about, and I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm asking you to let staff go and do a much deeper dive and see if the value is here. Let them come back. I'm not saying no to it. I'm saying let them come back and engage with these groups, get the surveys, find out what the solution is, because the only thing worse than not doing anything is doing something that's wrong and doesn't work, and then we're out of money. I would also note, Ottawa just recently, this article, by the way, is not old. It was 2 months ago, and I actually tweeted it not long ago. The City of Ottawa spends $9 million a year on this service of the comments you just heard. $9 million a year. Staff gave us a figure of $3.6 million, but I did some quick math, and on a per kilometer basis, it actually puts us at about $4.5 million for this service. I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm asking you to trust the data. I'm asking you to defer where we are now. Let's not dump this money until we know what the experience is in other municipalities, because I can tell you that I have looked and I have not seen anything remotely consistent, remotely what the advocates here want. And as evidenced by the comment I just read here, in a city that's had sidewalk snow clearing for more than a decade, how many millions of dollars have they wasted? I think we need to look at alternative solutions. And that's why I think the proactive snow clearing bylaw, the work that we put towards that has potential. I think that my alternative motion in having, and actually I need to give credit to the student I had earlier today, because she actually independently came up with the same idea about having students to graduate high school have to do a certain number of volunteer hours. It's required. Why do we not put a system in place that connect people, connect residents, seniors, people with disabilities that cannot clear their sidewalks with these students that want to do the work? It just makes sense, and it's much more cost effective. So yes, I'm concerned. That's why I've dived into it. And I would just sincerely ask council to very deeply consider what you're doing, because I'm just concerned that you're sending a message that we can solve this problem that no one has been able to solve without any unique ideas.
Councillor Marsh. Oh, didn't click in. Sorry. Go ahead.
Thanks. This is probably one of the most divisive issues that this council dealt with last term and this one so far. And I really feel strongly that we need to do this pilot with every snow occurrence rather than when it's just reaching 8 centimeters, to really learn what community-wide city snow clearing would look like here in Kitchener. I understand that Councillor Davey and others, including myself, have looked into what the response has been in other communities. I have certainly not done as much research as Councillor Davey, so I defer to you. But also, I would say that we have an amazing culture here at the City of Kitchener with our city staff. I don't know what it's like in other communities, but when it comes to service levels, we punch above our weight almost every time, and I'm confident that our staff will deliver. Even though the proactive enforcement has been deemed to be effective after 1 year and promising for future years, the fact remains that 20% of homes assessed in the first year were given notices that they needed to do a better job. That number is too high. So for people with diverse abilities, it doesn't matter if the first 4 out of 5 sidewalks are clear, or even if the first 20 sidewalks are clear. It only takes one person's property to not be clear for anybody with mobility challenges to be halted in their tracks, and that's just not acceptable. I just want to say that I also think that doing this pilot is going to help us learn about priority areas that are going to be identified by staff and report back in May of 2020. We're going to see firsthand, if this pilot takes place, we're going to see exactly how well and what are the challenges that they come across as they go about the work, and we'll be able to understand what the lessons learned are, so that going forward, when we do look at priority areas such as areas with no boulevard, areas that are school routes, etc., we will be much more informed about a made-in-Kitchener solution.
Thank you. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councillor Marsh. Councillor Davey, you made some valid points. I've expressed my concern about the possibility of doing clearing the entire city. I'm not sure that that's even feasible, and I've said this before, but I'm also open to doing a pilot project to see if areas can be done in heavily trafficked areas. And then after we get the study back from that, we can sit back and look and talk about the proactive enforcement. We can identify, as you said, Councillor Davey, the have a student program. So all of these ideas can come together. But I mean, Council sat around this horseshoe last year, I wasn't here, and debated this very same thing, and we're pushing it out another year. I don't think this is, we did the proactive enforcement. I'm not sure it got all the answers. I think this is worth looking into a pilot study for 2019-2020. Thank you.
Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. Through you. You know, we have been, well, not this particular council, but last council, we've been round and round and round this issue, and it came up constantly at the door this year while people were campaigning. And when I talked to them about wanting to get some evidence so that we could make a very sound decision, people agreed with that, and they said that that's something that's important for us to be able to make a good decision. And I think that whenever we need to do the pilot project, but we need to complete it in totality, which means getting a true representation of winter snow clearing. So I'm going to absolutely support Councillor Chapman's amendment. I think that waiting to do the pilot project at 8 centimeters, who knows whether or not we're going to get 8 centimeters and how many times that's going to happen this year. I hope it doesn't happen all that often, frankly. But regardless, I think that we need, if we're going to do the pilot project, which will hopefully put an end to this debate because we'll get some actual facts and figures, then we need to do it right. Or it would be a waste of money. I would agree with that. We absolutely need to do it. We need to do it right so that we can come out and make some decisions. The decision might be that it doesn't make sense, or the decision might be that in many ways and in different neighborhoods it will make sense to do snow clearing. But until we get that data, we're trying to make a decision with a hand tied behind our back and possibly wearing these at the same time. Thank you.
Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to be honest, I have some serious reservations with what's the proposal at hand. But we have to be reflective of what the wants and needs of the community are. And there are enough people, enough voices out there that are saying that the current way of doing things is not necessarily working. I wish that we would have put more emphasis on the existing bylaw to better it, to improve it, to have better communication with the residents, to appeal to them about the aspect of doing the right thing for their neighbors and helping each other out. But it's understandable that there is the want and a requirement in the community to see what a sidewalk snow clearing program could look like. I do agree and share the aspect of concern of the failure of this program in other cities, and through enough reporting or sharing of information, we do know that other communities that have tried this or are trying this are probably managing at their best ability, but not necessarily pleasing everyone, and that may end up being the likely case here as well. But regardless of that basis, I think we need to have some real data at hand to see exactly how this program could end up looking like in our community. I think we would be doing a disservice to require a survey of our residents without providing a actual factual information, and rather relying on anecdotal information if we just go out and survey other residents of the other community. I still think, depending on what the results come from this program, we need to put greater emphasis and support to other alternative bases of support, like the snowblower program and the snow clearing assistance program, or perhaps being that facilitator or link between those that want the volunteer hours or want to assist the community to those that have that requirement or need. I think there's far more grounds that we could cover in that area rather than quickly approaching a program that would put the full responsibility and onus on the community. And hopefully the information that we receive through the trial project, that will give us a better, clear picture. I will not support Councillor Debbie Chapman's amendment requiring a full snow clearing. I think at this point, although we do, I think, achieve most of what we would want in our community for snow clearing program through our bylaw, it's understandable when there are large snowfalls, some residents cannot meet that responsibility, and that's where perhaps we can assist in that shortfall. But I don't think we need to rush to the job of taking up the full responsibility when I think there are enough in our community that are willing and able to continue doing their part. So that's why I can't support it. Mr. Mayor, I'll just quickly make the last couple minutes of my time a comment to the amendment that I would want to regarding the snowblower program. So I will be bringing an amendment forward, just simply stating that staff further direct to amend the neighborhood shared snowblower pilot to include maintenance support and suitable reimbursement for snowblower operating fuel cost. And further, staff consider the feasibility of requiring the participants of the shared snowblower program to take part in the sidewalk snow clearing assistance program. And I think we need to do more. I think we have to fully explore what this program could look like, and by lifting some of the barriers of why people are not wanting to take full advantage of it. I think this could be a great way to give that added tool of assistance of those that want to do that extra bit part for their neighbors and their community, and we need to be able to facilitate that. And the program that we have is not meeting that requirement, and I think we can, as part of the one extra year of looking at it, we need to improve it, and I think this could possibly give us better results that we had in the previous year.
Okay, I'll come to your amendment later. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Mayor Urbanovic. I think throughout this discussion, myself personally, I would love for the city to clear the sidewalks. More than ever, when I owned my own properties and had several properties over the years, I would have loved for the city to clear the sidewalks. But what I know through my own experience is every time I went to clear my sidewalks, I would always have residents that would say, "You do such a great job, you do a great job." And I know the time and the commitment that I put in there, the city could not afford me to do that level of service, what I did for the properties that I owned. That's not in factoring in the damage that I think the machinery is going to cause, which is we came to $316 a kilometer, which I know is going to happen with the way the weather is fluctuating. We've seen it from municipality to municipality to municipality who have done it, as Councillor Davey has mentioned. I think the problem here is we have a huge unrealistic goal. We had delegation straight to the pavement. We have too many unrealistic expectations. Even those communities, I've looked, that have snow removal, they went beyond that. They went to find water to heat the sidewalks. That's where they're going. So they're not going to increasing levels of service because they can't provide that service that the expectation is out there. I think I'm going to support what's here right now, what's proposed, and I will support what Councillor Singh has put forward, because realistically, I'd rather throw more money towards those individuals that have exceptional abilities and need that support, more than just blanket the whole city for when we know 80% of the residents are just going to shovel that sidewalk anyways, and they're not going to wait for the city. So that's where I'm going to go, but I'm going to support what's here, because I think let's go down that path, and so we can get the concrete evidence that we know it's unrealistic. It's not going to be what you think it is.
Ms. Lusk, you wanted to add something before I continue with comments?
Just a point of clarification. Given Councillor Singh's proposed amendment regarding the snowblower program, I'd like to point out that the recommendations before you do not include extension of the snowblower program. And in my opinion, I think if that is the direction of council to investigate in extending the snowblower program, that would be in our best interest to actually increase the available grant monies for that snowblower program rather than trying to reimburse on an annual basis for maintenance costs.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cazzola.
I want to start off by thanking staff. Staff have worked very hard on this issue for 3, 4, possibly longer than that. And they have done a lot of work. And I am one that challenges staff a lot. I don't mean to apologize for it. I think that's my position. And I don't mind if staff challenges me. It's a two-way street. But I have found that in this issue, staff have done a tremendous amount of work. And last year, when this came close to being passed, it was actually passed at the committee meeting and then flip-flopped at the council meeting. But staff had done a tremendous amount of work and had come up with a lot of the answers. I have no support desire for deferral. We've argued about this for 3, 4, 5, 6. This can go on forever. I also do not support the idea of depending on other municipalities to give us our answer to our problems. We are leaders in this province, and staff are leaders in the issues that have come forward, and so many of the things that we've done. And we need to be a leader here too. We need to do our own homework. We can't expect somebody else to do our homework. I believe that to do the full extended program, we can do that for $200,000. For $200,000, I will leave it up to staff to look into where funding can be provided from. But I believe that we can do that, and by spending that amount of money, we will get a real answer as to what is involved. It will not only give us an answer to what's involved, but it will also give our customers, our residents, a good idea of what it really means. They will see that it doesn't clean their ramp and it doesn't clean their driveway. But unless we do that full test, we really can't come up with the answers. I don't know what the answer is, and I will say I've been around this horseshoe a long time. I've heard this issue. I don't know what the answer is. I brought that up last week, and when staff throw out figures of 3.6 and 4 million, and a councillor asks them, with all due respect, we don't know the answer until we do our homework. And in the fullness of time, if it costs us $200,000 and $250,000 to maybe save 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe it is well worth it. And now's the time to do it. We can't keep postponing it. Like I say, I don't know the answer. I haven't made up my mind. But I rarely pass a person when I'm in a discussion, and I always throw this out, and it's interesting. People out there are engaged, and it's a 50-50 thing. Because we don't know the answer. Until we come up with some real answers, then people can really make a decision. In the end, though, when we do come to that answer, we have to keep in mind what we've heard. The times are changing. People are getting older. I can attest to that. People are getting older. It's more difficult to get around. Things are different. We pride ourselves in a pedestrian charter. We pride ourselves on all the different modes of transportation. And yet we're still arguing here. I think several of the delegates tonight talk about doing the right thing. You know, there's no one that's pinched pennies more than I have over the years, but when it comes right down to it, we need to have the facts, and then when we have the facts, we can make the right decision. So I totally support what's before us from staff, and I also support really doing the full test that Councillor Chapman is bringing forward. Until we do that, there's going to still be a lot of unanswered questions from that semi-test, and when you have unanswered questions, then you get a lot of speculation onto what should be or might have been. So I support the full gambit and no deferral.
Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, a lot of what has just been said I support, and I was sort of going along the same lines. I don't agree with the deferral. I wasn't around the table a year ago or 2 years ago or 3 years ago when all of this was being discussed, but I did knock on doors, and people were pretty disappointed with the flip-flop, as it was referred to after the decision last year. So another deferral is just going to, create greater disappointment in so many sectors of the community. So I definitely don't think that that's the way we want to go. I also don't agree with going and looking at other municipalities, because we often say we want a made-in-Kitchener solution. So let's make that happen. When we talk about this as a pilot project, I'm not quite sure why we're afraid of testing the waters. This does not mean, nobody here is suggesting that in 2020 the City of Kitchener is going to be plowing every sidewalk in this city. In fact, I could envision a combination of some of these different proposals. If once we determine what those priority sidewalks are, maybe the city could plow those ones. And then maybe we could enhance the assisted snow removal program, which would be also part of the way we ensure that the sidewalks are kept clear. And we could also continue with the proactive inspection. So I don't think any one has to be the only way that we're going to ensure that every sidewalk in this city is clear. But if we don't test this pilot, we will never know. And to put it off and put it off, I'm sure it will come back next year and the next year, and we sit here quite comfortably while people are unable to leave their homes in what's been referred to many times as an aging population. So we've got the aging population, we've got people with mobility issues, we've got mothers with strollers, parents with strollers, and to pretend that this option is just something we want to write off, because why would we do it anyway? Let's give it a try. I mean, nothing for the amount that it's going to cost us. I think it's something that's worth taking seriously and not being afraid to take that step forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Johnson. I really want to thank the delegations who came in tonight and who spoke on both sides of this. I totally hear what you're saying about self-esteem, shared humanity, caring community, and looking after each other. I want to thank staff for all the time and effort and research and care that went into this. Bylaw, God bless bylaw. Thank you so much for what you did this past winter. It was a lot, and it's in here. And I do believe it's time that we get this information for ourselves. You can only make a good decision with good information, and we'll collect our own information and be able to make the right choices. And as Councillor Chapman said, it's not one or the other. It could be a mix of everything in here. The bottom line is to bring value and get the best results for our citizens, and we can do that when we get this information. I do like part of what Councillor Davies said about using our Municipal Innovation Lab to get an application that connects residents in need of snow clearing with those willing to do so, either volunteer or paid. And I would love to see that brought forward as well. I do like the idea of gathering information from other municipalities while we're making a made-in-Kitchener solution. The more information we have, the better.
Thank you. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Thanks, Acting Mayor Johnson. Just a couple points that I wanted to make. I'm going to be supporting the original recommendation from staff. I think it's the right steps to take in the progression of where this is going. I was one of the members of council that has been named the flip-flop, but also some of the people who call it the flip-flop also suggest that we it's always good to have a sobering second thought on things. And so to call it a flip-flop is really just having a sober second thought on things. So I think, I really truly do believe that proactive bylaw enforcement is one of the best ways to go. But I'm also willing to look at doing the 8 centimeter snow event program this year. I'd also like to make note that nothing's been mentioned about the increase in funding that we made at the committee meeting with respect to the services, the assisted services for sidewalk and windrow clearing. It went from $25,000 to $75,000, and so I think that that's already an additional spend that we put towards, looking at this holistically. And I just wanted to note, I can't remember the exact vote, but at our mock debate today, this is exactly what we talked about. And the kids are representative of us and representative of our community, not statistically valid, but they stood here before us, and it was either 7-3 or 8-2 against doing sidewalk snow clearing across the city. And so I just bring that perspective and kind of full circle today to see that's what our younger generation is suggesting. But at the end of the day, I think it's definitely something we need to continue to investigate. We took the pause, we tried the proactive bylaw. It'll still, I think, always be something that we have in our pocket to continue to use. But we're looking at other mechanisms now, and I'm supportive of that. So I won't support Councillor Chapman's amendment, but there's pieces of Councillor Davies and Councillor Singh's amendments that I might be able to support, especially the gig style application, having a look at that with the Kitchener Municipal Innovation Lab. I think that might be something that could be good for us to look. Again, it seems as though we may end up with definitely a made in Kitchener solution, which isn't going to be one thing. Maybe it may be multiple options depending maybe on priority streets. And so I think that getting that data is important. So I'll support the original recommendation and some pieces of some of the amendments.
Mr. Singh, you're looking to make comments?
No, I've already made.
Okay. So I'll make my comments.
But there was a but after that. So yes, there's something I had keyed in for in response to staff's.
Okay. Do you want to make that point then?
Sure. Excellent. Thank you. Staff had said that it may be better just to, increase the amount that's given to a resident who wants to apply for the snowblower program. I respect the staff's opinion, but keeping in mind we're talking about 10 snowblowers, not 100, not 1,000. Perhaps that may be a direction we might go if it's a program that could be successful. It's about data collection. It's knowing exactly what that need and requirement of anyone participating in that program would be, and the only way we'll gather that information is if we are actively engaged with that person rather than just handing over over 500 or 600 and then just going and having that hands-off approach. That's why I'm saying it should be an assistance program so that there's a ongoing connection so we can gather the appropriate information through the trial project.
Okay, before I make my comments, I do have one question of staff, and it has to do with respect to the 40 kilometers and the amendment as proposed by Councillor Chapman. Does it make sense for us to be going and looking, and in principle I'm supportive of where Councillor Chapman is going with this, of looking at the whole city, but is there any merit or value in looking actually at whether it's a portion of the 40 kilometers or whether it's additional kilometers, a portion of the city at the 8 centimeter amount and a portion at the full, year-round plow amount, which Councillor Chapman's talking about, so that if we're going to collect the data once and for all, we actually have both sets of data. Mr. Chapman?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, as has been noted by many councillors tonight, the value of pilots is in the ability to gather data, to actually demonstrate an exact service level, poll residents about their perceptions of that, calculate the cost, and then it provides council with information and not conjecture as the basis to form a decision, both council and the community for that matter. If the motion as amended tonight proceeds, some have characterized that service level as a gold standard. Certainly it's the highest service level that we've contemplated through the process. But as also been pointed out by delegations, it's a service level that already exists in the community. In the downtown, it's a service level that arguably is currently provided, and so we have some information about it. What we don't have is information about the hybrid scenario, which would see the city do heavy lifting for major snow events and residents still bear some responsibility for the snow events in between. And my concern is if you proceed tonight with only the gold standard option, for lack of a better term, if at the end of the day that's not acceptable for council, or if council is truly interested in looking at a combination of tactics that will be nuanced across the city, there is a risk that you may delay a decision further if you don't have full information when the result of that pilot comes back. And so my suggestion is, for the sake of it, the worst case scenario is $67,000 to get it right, which will be a multi-million-dollar expenditure in time. It's money well spent, or as you've noted, Mr. Mayor, perhaps it could be less than 40 kilometers. Other staff would comment on that, with the notion that we would trial both service levels in the pilot year and then report back to council on both.
So instead of doing 40, we might be able to do like 30 and 30 or something like that? Yes.
Through the chair, to the chair. The reason 40 kilometers was selected is because that's what we can achieve in an 8-hour shift. So it just made sense. 8 hours would get us 40 kilometers of continuous clearing. If we split that up, it may impact how much we can get done in an 8-hour shift for a staff person. Does that answer your question regarding why we selected 40K?
Well, so I guess what all I was suggesting was if we're going to build on Mr. Chapman's point in my question, which was the notion of looking at it both with the full plow as Councillor Chapman has indicated, and looking at the 8 centimeter plow, which is what was recommended initially by staff. I'm just wondering, is there a scenario where we can get both of those pieces of information?
Yes, we can do both pilots. To split them up 20/20 could be problematic and create some efficiency issues. That's why we recommended the 40, because it aligns well with the 8-hour shift. And the quotes we got from private contractors to clear 40K, a lot of that is standby costs, but that is what they felt like they could achieve for the cost we put forward.
Okay, thank you. So I don't know, Councillor Chapman, if you might want to consider that as part of your motion, but I have a couple questions. Are you looking to ask a question, Councillor Johnson? No? Okay, I'd rather not start a round two. Councillor Gazzola, question? Okay. Okay, that's no, Councillor Gazzola, if I start with you, then I got to let others have a round too. Okay, well then cue in if you want to ask a question. Cue in if you're going to ask a question.
I like where you're going. I think that's the right way to go. I'm just wondering, can we approve this tonight and get on with it, and then have staff come back? They can see where we want to go, and then staff can come back with a cost. We have an idea of what it could be. Worst case scenario would be the 200 that I suggested plus 67,000 if you did the full 40 kilometers.
Mr. Chapman's prepared to answer your question.
Through the Mayor, that was going to be my suggestion, that if Council was inclined to support both, that you would approve them, understanding that that's the upper limit, and staff would then take it away to see if there's a way to optimize the two together or to streamline them to reduce cost without compromising the quality of the pilot.
Okay, thank you. So I'll make my comments. I'm sure it won't surprise Council that I'm inclined to support the recommendation that's before us, as well as the amendments that have been proposed by Councillor Chapman, and hopefully the further amendment that has been suggested by through the questioning that has been suggested, that if we're going to do this, let's do it right. Let's get all of our information. Let's get all of our facts. And let's be in a situation where we can then, as a council, and granted there will be different viewpoints on it, have the information that's going to allow us to make a long-term decision on this issue for the benefit of our community. I certainly was supportive of that last year when we dealt with it, and I'm supportive of it again today. I'm willing to go along with the representative survey that's in the last paragraph of number 10. But I just want to remind people that at the end of the day, a survey is a tool to guide us, but it's not a tool that is going to necessarily, require us to follow it, because I'm personally not prepared, as I said at committee before I had to leave last time, I'm not willing to subject the accessibility of the minority to the personal preferences of the majority, because fundamentally we can't lose sight of the fact that that we're dealing with an issue that impacts the minority of people in our community. But our role is to actually look at the big picture and think about the big picture and make sure those folks who need this extra level of service are having their needs met. I, more often than not, agree with Councillor Davey on most things that he brings forward. I can't support a further deferral on this pilot. I think we need to get on with it. And I also can't support a deferral that would actually see us going into other municipalities to survey them. It's one thing if some impartial body does a survey of cities across the country. But I know how we would feel if all of a sudden some other city came and started calling our residents about how well do you think your council's doing on this issue, or how well do you think they're doing on that issue. I think all of us would be pretty ticked off, to be blunt, if that happened. And I'm not prepared to, quite frankly, later this week I'll be seeing most of my big city mayor's colleagues, and last week, Councillor Davey, you represented me at Lumco. The reality is I wouldn't be prepared to look those colleagues in the eye and say, yeah, well, we just wanted to get a sense of how people felt about your service level. Go ahead.
With respect, Mr. Mayor, you referred to me, so I should get to respond. The only thing I wanted to say, to be clear on that, is I mentioned it at committee last week, and it was actually in the email that staff had forwarded as well, although it was a big wall of text, was that any city names that we pulled would have been redacted and not referred to by name. I just wanted to be clear on that for the relations part.
Yeah, but I don't think that actually we would be in any position where we actually could redact them from an FOI perspective. So having said all that, I'm not prepared to support those amendments. I am willing to look at an application if that's another way of getting people to help out. In fact, those apps already exist, and we probably should look at that to line up, volunteers or others that want to do snow shoveling for other people, and maybe not just sidewalks, but entire driveways and driveway aprons and the whole bit. And so I think that would be worthwhile looking at. So with that, I will now come to Councillor Davies' deferral motion first. Yep. So I'll deal with that first. Yeah. Well, we'll deal with the deferral motion first. Then I'll go to Councillor Singh and his amendment. No, sorry. Then I'll go to actually Councillor Chapman and her amendment. Then Scott's, then Paul's. Okay. So, the first one is deferral of paragraphs 2 and 7. Yes.
The way I'm looking at it is I would like to support the gig style app.
Can you turn yourself on? Yep.
Like the way I'm looking at what I would see is Councillor Davies' motion broken into the 3 paragraphs, because I'm willing to support the Municipal Innovation Lab, and you expressed the willingness as well.
So right now, I'm just dealing with the deferral of 2 and 7, the first paragraph of this amendment only, and then we'll still deal with the other ones. Okay, is everyone clear as mud? So deferral of paragraphs 2 and 7. Those in favor? Those opposed? So the deferral does not carry. So now I'll go to Councillor Chapman and your amendment. And if you can clarify if that amendment has been changed at all. Hold on, click yourself in, please.
To approve what is being proposed by staff originally, it includes the 8 centimeter snow removal of just snow events, right, in a 40-kilometer area. So that's already there. So if we were to approve this and then take mine as an amendment to include another pilot that would be the full clearance of an additional 40 kilometers, would that work? Well, if we're going to try to get both pilots in order to collect sufficient data, unless we want to go 30-30. I guess I just want clarification on what you were suggesting.
Really my point was that I think there's merit in looking at both. I think, I'd be looking to staff to tell us what should that amount be, because that's really what you need is an amount attached to it, right? And then we can let you come back to us and tell us how you're dividing that up. Okay, point of clarification, Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I just wanted to ask, I think it was suggested that we already have the information for clear sidewalks in the downtown for every snow occurrence, not just snow events, and we can use that data in order to be sufficient to be able to use that next year when we're making the overall opinion. That's exactly what I heard from the CAO, and that if we do the 8 centimeters, so I just want to be clear on that. Is it do we have the data for every snow occurrence for sidewalk snow removal? I guess that's the clarification I want.
Well, and I guess I would argue that the downtown is a very different animal than suburbia when it comes to sidewalks.
I'm suggesting, or staff have suggested, that we already have that data. So I'm trying to get staff to answer if we have the data we need.
We'll get you that answer. Mr. Chapman.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I wasn't advocating that you would necessarily drop the amendment. What I was suggesting is, of the two scenarios, we have more information about the higher service level based on the fact that it's deployed in the downtown. As you've noted, it's very different in a residential context, and that would be data that we could collect if we deploy that standard in a suburban residential context where it is not presently deployed.
And just the other point of clarification then, if we're to do an additional 40 kilometers, I wanted to understand if that was the numbers that we got from Ms. Lusk or not, because I think it was only for one or the other, not to have both. Sorry to prolong this.
Ms. Lusk?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if we were to add in another pilot, then we'd have to add back in the $67,000 for the 8-centimeter contracted services pilot, and then add in the additional $179,000 for 40 kilometers of full service, plus the purchase of the trackless.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chapman.
Clear, my understanding of the numbers are that the 8-centimeter pilot is a cost of $67,500, and the cost of the bare pavement, for lack of a better term, standard is around $200,000 after you adjust for the accounting for the equipment reserve costs.
Okay. So we're talking about $267,000.
$67,000, yes.
Okay.
But is it not the case that if we pass what we've got in front of us here, that 67 is already accounted for. So we're only talking an additional 110,000 approximately, if we don't factor in the full value of the machine. Is that correct? Oh, I don't know where I got it.
Another 200.
Okay, so 200, whatever. But I mean, the 67 is already accounted for in the original.
That's correct.
Okay. So nothing changes. I mean, we've already gone over this, right? We already knew that it was going to cost another 200 something to do this. We had already accounted for the 67, so nothing changes if we do the 40,000 kilometers. The 40 kilometers of this 8 centimeters, and we do the 40 kilometers of the full clearance. No?
Mr. Chapman.
Through the chair, we understand all of the costs. To do both would be to do the bare pavement standard is a $200,000 cost. And so if you are going to do the 8-centimeter standard, which is already funded, to do both would come at an additional cost of $200,000. So the lower value assumed that only one was being done, and we could apply the $67,000 that was already in budget to the other scenarios. But if we do both, obviously we can't do that.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. So we're going to vote at some point on what's here. I guess I would like to see this stay because it's got the 8-centimeter clearance component, and then I will let my motion stand as a amendment to the pilot. That way we've got 2 pilots, which will give us a better understanding and reading of what...
So your amendment is that we add $200,000 to the budget and do 40 kilometers with down to pavement standard.
Right. So it's just amending to what we've already got.
Yes. Okay. So we're all clear?
Down to pavement or every snow occurrence?
Every snow. Okay. Our normal standard. Everyone clear? Councillor Schneider,
I just need to be clear on the trackless machines that we're going to need. So originally we were doing the 8-centimeter, and that was going to include a trackless machine. If we're doing another for full snow, does that require another trackless machine?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the 8 centimeter is contracted services, so we would not need to purchase the trackless. The full service by city staff will require the purchase of a trackless.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're all clear on the amendments. We'll vote on Councillor Chapman's amendment now. All those in favor? All those opposed? That's carried. We'll now go to Councillor Davey for your paragraphs 2 and 3. And I gather there's a desire to separate them out. Okay, so paragraph 2 is the survey of other municipalities. Recorded vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That does not carry. Then we'll deal with the motion with respect to looking at an app. No, the app is, we had a seconder for Councillor Davies before. Councillor Ioannidis? Okay, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you. Through you to Councillor Davey. When I look at this, I would love to, sorry to suggest an amendment, but expand it to say I'd love the Municipal Innovation Lab to take a look at this issue in general. And this is very specific, and I do support it. But I'm wondering if we can we can open it up with them and ask them to look at best practices, to look at a number of ways. Maybe there's some modeling, et cetera, that they could be working on. So this is great, but I'm thinking that they could do more. Is that friendly?
Well, we don't do friendly amendments. So you'd have to do an amendment to the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment.
I would suggest to you that staff are already looking at other cities and best practices, so I don't think you need them to do that.
No, I mean through the Innovation Lab, though.
Yeah.
We don't have them looking at that. Okay, I will leave it for now, and maybe we can take
We can
it
always
as a
come back to
suggestion.
it.
Take it as a suggestion.
Okay. So, the gig style application, all those in, let's vote. Recorded vote. And that's carried unanimously. And now, Councillor Singh, your motion. Can we put it up on the screen, please? Is there a seconder for this amendment? Seconded by Councillor Schneider. Okay. So we'll deal with the, well, hold on, Mr. Chapman, you wanted to?
The risk of belaboring it, Mr. Mayor, the report is clear that no further grants are going to be awarded. So I would interpret this motion to mean that for people that already have snow blowers, we will now be reimbursing maintenance costs. If the intention is to gauge whether or not the introduction of this provision will generate more enthusiasm in the program, I would argue that Council would need to deploy additional grants and then test whether or not this increases the take-up. So if that's the intent, That will not be achieved based on the fact that there are no new awards contemplated. So I just offer that, and if that's the understanding, then staff will proceed. But if you want to test this with new applicants, you would need to authorize new grants.
Councillor Singh.
So are you talking about there are only 2 remaining snow blowers that are left, correct? And
Mr. Chapman.
From the initial program?
That's correct. And my understanding was that it wasn't even intended that we would run another round to try and deploy those 2. And certainly there's no intention to do another round of 10 this year. So council could direct that we do the 2. If you want to test with more.
So in the staff's initial recommendation that's in the report itself, what's the merit of having that wordage there of reviewing it for 1 extra year if those 8 have already been awarded, and what are we really looking at?
I think it's simply to assess whether or not there continues to be a benefit in those neighborhoods. Are they continuing to support the 5 residents that signed on? Are they enjoying a positive experience with the program, as opposed to stopping any tracking of the success of the initial round of grants?
Okay. Tonight, with the amount of money that we're spending about collecting data, I think 10 additional snow blowers is a drop in the bucket that could continue to generate positive community benefits. So I would want to see the program broadened by 10 additional snow blowers, so we can see exactly what the uptake is of these additional snow blowers as opposed to what the experience was from previous years.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I had questions that I brought up a couple of weeks ago on this program, and that I really haven't had an answer for. I was of the assumption, I really don't understand it, that we were going to pay maintenance for the. I had asked, did the people that took up the grant, did they sign an agreement that it was to be in place for a certain number of years, or was it a 1-year thing and after that it's theirs? Or I never did get answers to that as to what we expected to get out of it.
Through the chair, the resident letter agreement didn't have any requirements for how long the program would run for. We wanted the agreement to be as flexible as possible for residents to try and encourage uptake. And if resident groups decided to terminate their participation in the program, there's little that we could do legally to try and force them to stay within the program.
But did we even ask for a commitment for a 2-year period, a 3-year period, or was it just a one-shot deal? Here it is, look after it for this year. You know, if that were the case, and it seemed to me we didn't really have a full amount of information as to what actually transpired and what was accomplished and how good it was. So is that what we're saying again? Just give some more out and not get them to commit to it? Normally when you get on these test bases, you commit to certain things for a certain period of time, and that would, like if it's a commitment for 3 years, would they be asking that we look after the maintenance? Do they ask that we look after the fuel costs? You know, it seems that there's a lot of information we don't have. I'm not opposed to it, but I think if we're going to expand it, we need to know all of this.
Want to add something?
Right. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the details of the actual snowblower agreement were provided in a memo to committee on May 22nd, so you can actually see what the actual agreement details are.
Did it indicate any timing?
There were no time limits provided.
Just to build on that, there was one requirement that all residents who participated in the program were to complete a survey at the end of the 2018-2019 winter season to let us know how they felt and how the program went. Yes, I don't know the number of surveys we received back, but we did receive quite a bit of feedback from people who were in the program.
Is that it, Councillor Gazzola? Okay, well, we're going to hear that in a second. Councillor Marsh, you had a question?
Oh, I forget my question. Yes, I want to know Just a question of clarification. Is it not, Councillor Singh, are you suggesting that we provide all costs, that it's a full grant and the homeowners that are sharing the snowblower do not have any skin in the game at all?
Councillor Singh?
Well, the skin in the game is the fact that they are providing a service to their street, to their neighbors. I think that's what we're really looking at, what that uptake of that program could be, how it's experienced by that neighborhood, by those that are requiring that extra level of service. No different of us paying for the extra service to require for full snow clearing of that 40-kilometer stretch. It's about gathering information. So I think that's what you're asking.
No, your motion looks like you want to have it include the maintenance costs and suitable reimbursement, including operating and fuel costs. So is there any cost to the shared homeowners? Let's say it's 4 or 5 neighbors. They're just sharing within each other. There's no are you suggesting that there's a requirement they help somebody else as well?
That's what the second paragraph says, that further the staff consider feasibility requiring that they have to participate in the assistance program.
That's a consideration, not a full...
Well, I don't want to, through my amendment, start dictating what that program would look like.
Okay.
That's why I want to give them the flexibility of organizing, see how that
I guess I'm just trying to understand, because I want to understand. I just want to be able to be clear. I personally liked that when it was $500, that the residents would have to contribute some monies towards it, and I'm just wondering: are you changing that? You want to see it?
I am changing that there be additional assistance. Obviously, we've heard from staff that there hasn't been that level of excitement that we thought for the program, so we have to consider changing it. If you think there's no merit to it, you don't have to support it.
I'm just asking for clarification. That's fine. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola, another question?
No, I would. Pardon? No, I would like.
Okay.
I would. Well, I was
I've
going
got call it to question takes precedence, so I have to now take a vote on calling it to question. Who wants to call it to question? Okay, who doesn't? Okay, so I have to call it to question. So we're dealing with sorry, Councillor Gazzola, those are the rules. I have to deal with, I guess, nobody asked me to split them? Split them, okay. I'll deal with the first paragraph first. No, it's called the, sorry? This is the motion that's on the floor now. So if you want to make another motion, you'll have to make it afterwards. I'm sorry, I got to follow the rules. Okay, so we'll deal with the first paragraph. And those in favor? Those opposed? And the motion does not carry. Second paragraph. You haven't voted? Yeah. Those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion carries. So now, Councillor Singh, you want to do another amendment? No? Okay. So we've now dealt with all of the amendments, and we are back to the original motion as amended. I'm going to deal with it all in one unless somebody asks me to split it up. Like each paragraph? Okay. Which ones would you like?
Just the one to do the extra pilot.
So 2 and 7?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll deal with 2 and 7 first.
Oh, hold on. No. No, the additional pilot that has been amended. It wasn't part of the original. Why?
The pilots have been amended.
Yes.
It passed, and now we're going to deal with,
As amended.
Right.
I'm asking for that paragraph to be separate.
Right.
So I didn't agree with the amendment. I still don't want to agree with it, so I want to vote against it. Therefore, I will support everything else, but I would like to support against the amendment to do the extra 40 kilometers.
right.
Okay?
So that's paragraphs 2 and 7.
Just 2.
Just 2. Okay. Well, it does, and that she's going to vote against it.
It is yours.
That we were going to vote on all of these 7 points.
We're not voting on all 7.
Okay, if we
Nobody's
go-
asked me to break it up that way.
Okay, so we can break it up, but I thought mine was an additional motion that didn't erase number 2 that's already here.
Is that, okay, so it was an
So we're
additional?
voting against
Okay,
my
that's fine then.
motion or number 2?
Then we'll deal with them separately.
So what are we voting on, my motion or number 2?
Your motion is done.
Okay.
So which paragraph do you want dealt with separately now? The additional paragraphs voted on already. Okay, Mr. Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe the intention was that the motion that was put forward by Councillor Chapman was its own standalone paragraph that's already been voted on. So Council would not re-vote on that. What would be available to vote on is, as it's listed by staff in the, I would refer to as page 2 of your agenda, the back pages, the second paragraph, which refers to the 8-centimeter snow events clearing. So only that would be what's left to be voted on.
Okay. No, that's fine. Councillor Davey, question?
No, just want to vote on that paragraph separately.
Okay, so I'll deal with, so if I'm not hearing the other paragraphs separately, I will deal with 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Okay? So we'll vote on that. And that's carried unanimously. And now we'll vote on paragraph 2. And all those in favor? Those opposed? And that is carried. Okay, so I think we are done snow for until next year. I think we're going to take 5 minutes for a constitutional break, and then we'll continue on with Crosby. Our council meeting. Thank you, to everyone who's here for the zoning bylaw for your patience. I do understand that there are a couple amendments that staff have considered already, and that they're going to be bringing forward as part of the motion. So if staff can just put those on the screen. Did you want to speak to it at all? Okay. Go ahead.
Through the Mayor, we're recommending revising recommendation B to read as follows there, to change the date in which we might hold the statutory public meeting to be no sooner than June 24th. We're requesting this change to basically anticipation that there could be circumstances that may delay us being able to hold it on this date, and we didn't want this to commit us to this date and give us the ability to hold at a later date if we felt that was more appropriate.
Okay, thank you. So that's the only one? The only change? Okay, so we got 5 delegations for this item. So let's go to the first one, and that's Heather Price. Go ahead, Councillor Singh.
Line of the paragraph, should it be no later than June 24th? No sooner, is there?
No sooner.
Is that how it's supposed to be?
Yeah, because if it's no later, it meant it would have to happen before June 24th, and staff want the ability for it to happen after June 24th.
Oh, I see, okay.
Okay, so with that, over to you, Ms. Price.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Vermanovic, members of council. My name is Heather Price with GSP Group, and I'm here this evening on behalf of the owner of 83 Elmsdale Drive. And the nature of my submission this evening is essentially an update. You may recall that I came to committee, Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee, on April 15th with respect to this property, and I was joined by a colleague who specializes in noise consulting. And the request at that time was to amend the holding provision with respect to 83 Elmsdale Drive in order to specify the appropriate noise study criteria. That item was essentially deferred by Council at its meeting in April to allow for further discussion with the appropriate regional and city staff to determine the right noise study classification criteria. I am pleased to report that there has been ongoing dialogue with both regional and city staff on this subject. Unfortunately, we're not quite at the point this evening where we can report back on which criteria would be best, but we are supportive of staff's recommendation that this be included as part of the amendment that would come forward no earlier than June 24th. And we hope to have an update at that time as to whether it can be classified as Class 4 or Class 1. We made a submission essentially to this effect in a submission on Friday, and I wanted to be available to answer any questions that you might have. It is kind of a bit of a wrinkle with the fact that we're essentially opening up a new zoning bylaw amendment with the recommendations of staff this evening. And while we appreciate that staff don't have the information they need to make the change we've requested, we simply ask that Council keep an open mind when this comes back on June 24th or at some point in the future to hear this matter about the Class 4 classification. So that's essentially my submission this evening, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? No, there don't appear to be any.
Okay.
Thanks, Ms. Price. Okay, next up, I've got Vaughn Bender. Welcome, Mr. Bender.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of Council, my intent is to be brief. I think we have there it is. So my presentation is just a little recap of the properties that we had highlighted at the last planning committee meeting and had asked for deferral of. It looks like a long list, 17 parcels, but they're kind of grouped. 8 of the parcels on the left-hand slide are all Williamsburg Town Centre related parcels. And that project is about 60% developed, and so that causes some complications as we look at one zoning bylaw versus another. On your right-hand side of the slide, the first 5 properties are Rosenberg-related properties that are in a bit of an in-between state, not being presently considered by Crosby, but would be a future area to which Crosby would apply, and so we have some concerns related to that. Then we have a couple of independent parcels out at the southwest edge of the city of Kitchener. Since we were last here, I wanted to report that we did have a very productive meeting with Brandon Sloan and Sarah Coutu on May 15th. We had a 2-hour discussion. We covered a wide range of topics from parking to transit to urban design to high-quality city building. And we didn't agree on all of the ways to move the issues forward, but I think there's a good respect on both sides for the objectives that everyone is trying to achieve, and that we share many of the same objectives. We want to see a great city and great urban design and viable projects being built in the future. So we appreciated that meeting. We should have more meetings like that probably. We want to acknowledge Sarah for the several follow-up emails and clarifications and the back and forth that took place in the time that has transpired since then. Just to recap a few of our concerns that we brought forward, and I won't belabor these, and Chris Pidgeon then can kind of comment on where we would appreciate consideration moving forward. So we raised concerns about the parking maximums in Crosby. We have seen a shift in what retailers and people that are looking to sign leases, business people are looking for in parking. 15 years ago, 10 years ago, they were looking for 5 spaces per 1,000. Now we're being asked for 4.2 spaces per 1,000 square feet of retail. Crosby's looking at 3.9. So not too far apart, but there's implications of that difference. Electric vehicle parking is another item that we agree with the intention, the direction. It's more of the implementation, how we get there. We think that 20% electric vehicle parking was first proposed. It's been altered to 5% electric vehicle and 15% electric vehicle ready. We think that's an excellent direction, an excellent change. We're still a little bit concerned about 5% today. For example, at our Huron Crossing site, often people would notice the Tepperman site. We have 2 electric vehicle units that we installed there. I think we just did that by choice. I don't think it was imposed on us. But of the 2 that are there, they're mostly not utilized. Under this, what's before you, we would be required to have 13 electric vehicle spaces on that site today for the 260 parking spaces that are there. So we just think that should be considered. The next slide is some of the difficulties we had been seeing as related to the Williamsburg Town Centre site, which again is sort of 60% built out of a master plan site. Those have been worked through with staff. Next slide here is just our comments again on glazing. 50% window and door openings in Crosby. Our present requirements under the Rosenberg site-specific zoning and urban design guidelines that we have are 40%. The buildings you see on the screen, two of them won urban design awards, and they don't meet 50 or 40%. One is at approximately 30%, the building in the middle, and the Good Life building is at 47%, but the way that you would calculate it under Crosby, I understand it would only meet about 35%. So I look at that building, it looks like a fair amount of glazing and openings, but in fact wouldn't meet the letter of the law. And we think it's a little hard to design buildings through zoning bylaws. We think a better way to do that is through urban design guidelines. And even there again, that's not a foolproof solution either, because there's different interpretations. The high glazing requirements definitely lend themselves, in our opinion, to downtown style buildings or to contemporary style buildings. and we think there's a place for traditional style buildings as well, and there's need for flexibility. Next slide is one of the parcels that we are more recently representing, and in fairness to staff, there's a couple of parcels on our list here that we came into ownership or representation of only in the last while. So our advocacy on these parcels has only come about more recently, and staff have been accommodating to consider our new concerns, I'll say, as relates to these parcels. I think the solution is in hand for this parcel at Robert Ferry in New Dundee, so I'll skip through that and let Chris can comment on that a bit further. The next slide here is just to give you your bearings again as to where this farm property is, 236 Gale Place. This is the land use plan from Rosenberg, so we really see this parcel as being quite integrated with Rosenberg, although its future is really more subject to the municipal comprehensive review that the Region of Waterloo is undertaking. There's a small parcel above this outline here in red that is actually part of Rosenberg now as well, which is a Mattamy parcel that was included in the recent ROP settlement. The next slide, you can see the transportation network plan that accompanied the Rosenberg secondary plan process, and this identifies that key transportation link of Amon Drive through the 236 Gale Place parcel. And then if you flip to the next slide, that is a blown up just a snapshot from map 7 in the regional official plan. And what's important here is that these lands purposely did not have the protected countryside designation applied to them, because they are subject to future consideration and subject to that consideration of the extension of Amon Drive through the lands. So they are somewhat unique in the regional official plan.
If I can ask you to start wrapping up.
Oh, sorry. Last parcel is what we call the Bear Farm at New Dundee Road. This parcel is part of the Southwest Deferral, which is in the ROP settlement, and again, uniquely positioned. And I'll leave it at that, and happy to answer any questions or let Chris kind of lead us into what we are looking for consideration of.
Why don't we let Chris do his, and then we can hear both answer, or give both of you questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Worship Members Council. I submitted 4 letters on behalf of different property owners, including the Schlegel properties. Now, three of the letters I'm not going to discuss. They were with regard to 41 Ardell Place, 353 Manitou Drive, and 525 and 563 Highland Road West. I think they speak for themselves in that the direction that we'd like to see the Crosby with regard to those properties. So to implement Vaughn's presentation, we submitted an 8-page letter to Council. So page number 2 are the Council resolutions that we would like Council to consider. And then after page 2, 3 to 8 is the backup relating to the information that Vaughn's already presented. So with regard to page number 2, item number A deals with the electric vehicle parking. So we're asking for the non-residential parking rate, instead of to be at 20% ready for the future installation of charge stations, that it be reduced to 18.5, and that 1.5 parking spaces be charge station ready. So that's the difference, is 20 and 5% is in Crosby, and what we're proposing is 18.5 and 1.5%. And again, that relates to the, if we look at the Tupperman site, there would be a requirement for 52 spaces out of the 260 spaces required for electric vehicle parking. We did a count at City Hall here, and there are 5 electric vehicle charge stations of the 428 spaces, and that equates to 1.2%. So it's more in line with the 1.5 that we're asking for. We believe that electric vehicle parking stations is important, but perhaps there needs to be a phase-in. Current market demands are more aligned with the resolution that we've put forward at item number A. Item B, for the Williamsburg Town Centre, we're in support of staff recommendation number 6A. That's all I'm going to say about that. Item C, so this is with regard to the Rosenberg properties, and we know we're a little bit ahead of Rosenberg's comprehensive review. But Schlegel has 3 major developments in Rosenberg, and all 3 of those major developments went through OMB processes. They were not adversarial processes, they were consensus. So we reached a consensus with city staff and all of the other parties, and that site-specific zoning we want to move forward with. So we'd like Council's resolution not to tinker with that through the comprehensive review of Rosenberg. We want to maintain that zoning that was successfully negotiated between city staff and ourselves. So that's resolution number C. Number D, we'd like to propose an alternative to the recommendation to refer those 2 properties to a future phase of Crosby. So that affects the resolution C on page 1 of the staff report. So we'd like those 2 properties to be referred to a future phase, so to maintain the 85-1 zoning that is currently in place. And then item number E, we support staff's recommendation. Again, so we're supporting 2 of the 4 resolutions that affect the Schlegel properties, and we've asked for amendments to 2, and then the 1 additional relating to the electric vehicle parking. That's my presentation. We'd be happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you to both of you. Any questions of the delegations? Councillor Davey.
Thank you. Just one. Perhaps you can help clarify. The electric vehicle, I would have to assume that the overriding concern is the cost of installation. Do you have any idea what it does cost you per installation for electric vehicle parking?
My understanding is it varies by the the technology that's installed, and it could range from $2,500 to $125,000. So Crosby does not speak to what type of technology needs to be installed, but there's a real wide range there, as I understand it.
Okay, thank you.
And that it affects also then sort of usability when you're somewhere short term. You're probably only going to use it if it's a supercharged station.
The heavy duty. Okay, great. Thank you.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch a little bit more on a couple of the suggestions that were made that aren't on your recommendation list, specifically related to the parking ratios. Can you elaborate on what you would like to see with regards to the parking ratios?
That's a good question, and we didn't really speak to it. I guess, we're, say, grandfathered, if you will. There's been, good discussion and implementation, and we're keeping our commercial zoning for our Williamsburg Town Centre properties, so the parking ratios really doesn't affect us there. The motion that Chris was just talking about related to our several different parcels in Rosenberg, it becomes a bit of a moot point. If that were put in place, then again, the parking ratio wouldn't really affect us there, or the parking maximums. So, we will be the first ones to build less parking and more buildings in the future if that is viable and if people are willing to sign leases and can be successful in businesses without as much parking. We would just prefer not to have, an imposition of a certain number as a maximum, and then it, makes it difficult to sign up tenants or to be successful. So I haven't really answered your question, I don't believe, Councillor, but we've kind of stayed silent on that.
Okay.
So that was I think if there was a way to phase it in, and recognizing 85-1 has been in place for a long, long time, and I guess perhaps Crosby will be in place for quite a bit of time, but I think this is something that needs to be looked at periodically or incrementally, if that's possible. complicated and we don't have the solution, I guess.
Okay, I'm going to go to your electrical vehicle parking space provision, your recommendation. I noted that you put a minimum of 1.5%. Would you be amenable to something closer to 2.5% and 18.5%, as opposed to kind of meet in the middle?
Sorry, 2.5 and 18.5?
Yeah.
17.5.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, again, we're not, we realize that it's going to become more prevalent over time. It's just from 0 to 5% is a big jump. 5% sounds like a small number, but when you impose it on a big parking lot, it ends up being a lot of spaces. When you see them sitting empty, that's a little bit hard to take, especially when the maximum parking number is going down at the same time. So, yeah, I think we could live with that.
That's all my questions for the delegation. I have a couple questions of staff at the appropriate time.
Back to you, Councillor Ioannidis.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Urbanovic. I want to thank you, gentlemen, for coming in. I want to touch upon, you mentioned about the windows and glaze. Is that in here somewhere?
Yes. In Crosby, sorry, or in the slide?
Well, I want in your list of recommendations.
Yeah, Councillor, it's not in our resolutions. It's for future information relating to Rosenberg.
So it's not a change you're looking for today?
So again, it doesn't affect us at Williamsburg because the commercial zoning is staying in place instead of Crosby. We're concerned about it affecting us in Rosenberg if Crosby-style zoning were imposed.
Okay.
We appreciate we have an opportunity to present to council when that future process will happen. But, in some dialogue, it is our understanding that the intention is to abide by the site-specific zoning that's already in place. So it would give us some greater comfort to know that today, because the reality is we are signing leases right now for a site at Fisher Hallman and Huron that is, grading and servicing is just happening. But we're signing leases for coffee shops and grocery stores and committing to parking and so on right now.
So you would prefer to have, what part of a recommendation would you prefer to have? That's stay status quo for your future properties?
Yeah, that's part of Resolution C, where the commitment would be there that the future zoning would not be more restrictive than the site-specific that's presently in place.
Okay, thank you.
Those appear to be all the questions that we have of you. Thanks for coming in. We still have two delegations, and then obviously the debate through this. It's 10 to 11, so I'm going to need a motion to go past 11. Moved by Councillor Ioannidis, seconded by Councillor Davey. Any discussion? Actually, there's no discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, so Martin Asling. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you very much, Council. Thank you, staff and remaining citizens as well. Excuse me. Hi. So I'm here in the context of Crosby. I'm certainly sympathetic to the idea of anything that would increase the supply of housing, particularly of affordable housing, and of allowing our city to densify both for the needs of affordable housing and to have a city that's more amenable to transit and less reliance on automobiles. My comments in particular are relating to rooming and lodging houses, rooming/lodging houses. I feel like we're missing an opportunity if we don't make significant changes to how we regulate rooming and lodging houses. I understand that currently in several neighborhoods, rooming and lodging houses are not among the allowable uses. And on top of that, we have minimum distances of 400 meters between lodging houses. To give a bit of background for why I believe that we should be allowing lodging houses across the board, and not simply in some neighborhoods, and not simply with outside of 400 meters. For 7 years, I worked at the House of Friendship Charles Street Men's Shelter, an emergency men's shelter. I'm sure you're all aware of it. I should, of course, clarify that I'm speaking on my own behalf, but I feel like that experience that I had there really gives me the context for why I care so much about this issue. Having worked that long at an emergency men's shelter, I saw obviously a lot of homelessness. I saw that a lot of people were reliant on rooming houses as really their only hope for finding housing and for getting off the streets and getting out of a shelter that was, that would have about 50 other people in the same situation. So I really saw the importance of rooming houses as an affordable housing opportunity, particularly in light of the fact that, of course, as you all know, there is a long wait list for subsidized housing. So I understand that there may be a lot of opposition among some members in the community to having rooming houses in what they would consider to be perhaps their backyard. But I don't think the arguments that they may make, I don't think we should be swayed by them. I think ultimately, if I understand correctly, particularly with the 400-meter rules, perhaps the concern is that you don't want to concentrate poverty. In a sense, you don't want to concentrate poor people together. And ultimately, I think we have to think of it that way. When we're regulating housing use, we're regulating people and where people can live. But ultimately, if you're concerned about the concentration of poverty, I mean, look no further than an emergency men's shelter where you have 50 or so people in the same place. And I certainly would not propose, that's clearly a case of concentration of poverty. I certainly wouldn't propose that we should limit the amount of people that are allowed to stay at an emergency men's shelter. I think that would be a terrible idea. But unfortunately, I think it is analogous to say that I think it is a similar type of argument to say that we should continue to limit the number of rooming and lodging houses that we have in Kitchener. Ultimately, I understand that the same type of arguments, we really have to consider the fact that we do have scarcity when it comes to housing. And if you're limiting the number of low-income housing that is available, you are essentially you're limiting people's choices. And for some people, that means that if they can't have this particular place in a rooming house, then the other option for them is the street or an emergency shelter. I think we have to be very real about that fact. So I understand that politically this may be difficult. The one thing I will say to that is I respect what Mayor Verbanovich said earlier regarding accessibility, that we shouldn't sacrifice the rights and needs of the minority to the personal preferences of the majority. But I would also say that I think that it's quite possible that we can overestimate the degree of opposition, particularly in light of the fact that perhaps when people come and speak to City Council, they're more likely to be in opposition to something, whereas if you actually look at the views of all the people in the community, you might find a different result. And at the very least, I know I'm over time. The one other comment that I would make is that I'm trying to engage more people in this particular issue because it's very important to me. So if you see me again, I might not be alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There are some questions. Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, thanks very much for sticking with us through this whole evening.
No, I'm happy to.
And advocating on behalf of those who are more vulnerable. And I guess I just want to know your opinion about if it weren't finding ways for more rooming houses, would you be in favor of finding other forms of affordable housing that are truly affordable, but that are not necessarily defined as rooming houses? I mean, or are you particularly tied to the idea of more rooming houses?
I'm not sure what you mean by not necessarily defined as rooming houses. So I'd like to answer that as fully as possible, if you could clarify that.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand. You're asking us to reconsider the rules around rooming houses.
Yes.
And I would need to give that more thought. I haven't given that thought before. So while I give that more thought,
yes.
I know that I represent neighborhoods with more rooming houses than the allotment. It just got grandfathered in.
Yes, yes.
And that has created some challenges in certain neighborhoods. And so I'm not exactly excited about the idea, but I am excited about the idea of adding more affordable housing in different forms. For example, more in-law suites, more relaxed rules around those, incentive programs to add more affordable housing. We need more affordable housing, 100%. I'm just wondering if we found ways to add more affordable housing would you be happy with that, or are you more attached to just the idea of more rooming houses?
I wouldn't say I'm attached to just the idea of more rooming houses. I think this is one particular very important piece of the puzzle. I think we need an all-hands-on-deck approach when it comes to the affordable housing crisis that we are facing. I understand that there would be opposition as far as people associating certain challenges with rooming houses. My response to that would be it's not as if the existence of rooming houses are creating the challenges. I think what's happening is if the neighborhood you're representing, and the neighborhood that I live in Cedar Hill as well, has more rooming houses that are grandfathered in, what's really happening if you're allowing these rooming houses to exist is that people that are facing some of these very difficult challenges are allowed to live in your neighborhood. If the rooming houses were not allowed to exist, or if we had less rooming houses in your neighborhood or in my neighborhood, that would mean that the people that are facing these challenges would not have that option. They would be either on the street, they would be in a shelter, or hopefully they would have somewhere else to go, but we can't just say, hopefully they'll have somewhere else to go. I fully support, any strategy to make housing more affordable. I simply think that this is a very important piece, a very important part of it, and I think that we need to be courageous when we're facing opposition, because ultimately, we have to stand up for the marginalized people in our community, and we have to, we can't just say, we don't want these problems in our community. We have to say, if there's a problem that we want to solve, we have to solve it across the board. We can't just push it somewhere else.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will give it consideration.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. Other questions?
Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
I agree. I think we've got a housing crisis, and I appreciate you reminding us again. I don't think we get reminded enough, and I think that we have to keep going back to this problem. And can staff tell me where in Crosby rooming houses are highlighted or talked about? Or do you know?
So my understanding was that, and please correct me if I'm wrong. I'd be very happy to be wrong. So I was referring to the bylaws that already exist, and so my concern was that Crosby was not taking the opportunity to address my concerns about, limiting or hopefully getting rid of the 400-meter distance and allowing rooming houses in all neighborhoods. I think that would be the ideal. And so I think that if it's not addressed at all by Crosby, then that's a huge missed opportunity.
Okay. Can you tell us whether it's in Crosby, staff? Or where it is?
Yep. Through the mayor, the lodging houses are a little bit more into the residential component, which would be stage 2 of the bylaw. that we're working on. So for now, the distance separation is carried forward. However, what we've done in the most of the new zones, so the mixed-use zones that were just passed, they all allow lodging houses. And most of the downtown zones that we're still considering would allow lodging houses as well. And then we'll further review it with the Stage 2 residential component. The other thing is, I think we've got a bit of a teaser for what's to come, is the city's looking to launch an affordable housing strategy. So stay tuned for June. And I think it'd be very helpful to have further discussion and dialogue through that process about this, because we agree there is a housing need.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, those are all the questions we have.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in this evening. And the last delegation is Mr. Hal Yeager.
Folks, this is a little bit odd because I was expecting the proponent to be here to speak to a particular development, but it was on your agenda. It's the case of 149 to 151 Ontario and 21 Weber Street. They asked for deferral to take advantage of the transitional time between the two zoning bylaws, and essentially the applicant sought to seek the benefit of the new zoning bylaw, zero parking, while taking advantage of the floor space ratios and height limits of 85-1 before the Committee of Adjustments. And they were rejected with that request, but they were supposed to be coming back here tonight. So I don't know if it's still on the cards, what's happening with that. But I'm just not going to ask that Council please ensure that should the applicant move forward, that they be asked to comply with Crosby, our current zoning bylaw, moving forward. That's the short form.
Okay, can staff provide any insight? I believe.
Through the mayor, we can confirm that through the request, they had requested deferral so that they could proceed with their application, to submit a complete application. And by doing so, they can take advantage of the transition provisions contained in Section 18 of the bylaw, which allows them to continue to be considered under 85-1, the old bylaw. And as I understand it, as the delegation has indicated, it went forward to a Committee of Adjustment for a minor variance for the zero parking. And that is something that is with them to make that decision, but they deferred it for 3 months' time for the consideration of zero parking. So they've submitted their applications, that what the deferral was, and staff is recommending that we proceed with applying the Crosby zoning, the UGC 1 zoning at this time.
Okay. Does that help answer your question, or?
I'm glad staff's in agreement, and I'm just asking Council that please, if this does come back, that please ask the proponent to comply with Crosby. It is our current law.
So, correct me if I'm wrong here, but the part that's dealt with at Committee of Adjustment, that's not appealable to us. That goes to, if it is appealable at all, that goes to the LPAT. As the appeal mechanism.
Sure. But they were trying to get deferral of, they wanted to be allowed to extend 85-1, and that was their request of Council. And I'm speaking to that.
Right.
That it not be allowed to extend further.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So those are all the delegations that we have. Councillor Marsh, if you want to bring the recommendation forward.
Sure. I also have some questions of staff at the appropriate time.
Sorry?
I'll have some questions of staff.
Oh, okay. Questions of staff. Let's do that first then.
Okay. So first of all, when we approved part of Crosby, did we not already approve the electric vehicle parking space provisions that were referred to in one of the delegations?
Through the mayor, yes.
Okay, thanks. Secondly, referring to the last delegation, did that application get submitted and so is considered under the old bylaw until such time as, since we haven't approved the urban growth centers yet, so, there's nothing for us to apply yet, is that correct?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
So, but is it a completed application as it stands currently?
Through the mayor, yes, they have an application in. If council had approved the entirety of the bylaw, including the urban growth center zones in April, then it may have happened before the complete application. However, they've submitted the application. We don't have the new zones in place.
Right. Okay. My last question is just if it's not on June 24th, is that the Monday, that you're ready to, with all of the hard work that you're doing here, then I'm taking it that we wouldn't have another meeting till mid-August. Is that when you would be looking to approve the final parts that have been deferred?
Through the mayor, we would like to, we need to do an advertisement because we're into a formal amendment of the new bylaw that's been passed. So to follow all of the appropriate procedures, we are still evaluating any changes that may happen through the province or any other things that are coming up. Right. So we're hopeful for June 24th, but we'll be doing some reevaluation.
I'm also hopeful for June 24th. I think it would be great to put this thing to bed because we're coming back for the residential part pretty soon. So it would be great for all of us, I'm sure, just to finalize things. But I don't want you to be rushed if you have more negotiations. Anyway, just sorry, that's a comment.
We agree.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. I'm going to go to the electrical vehicle parking first. I wasn't under the impression that we had passed that already. So if we wanted to look at that again, we'd have to have a motion for reconsideration.
Through the mayor, although council passed it, what we now have coming before you, subject to the notification of the STAT meeting, is an amendment. So technically, we could look at amending anything that was already passed, and I think that's what the delegation is asking for, is to amend that. And so that's what council would be considering, either giving us the direction tonight to form part of that amendment or wait until the amendment's before you at such time we bring it before you. So it could be considered as part of the amendment.
Okay, I'm going to consider putting forward an amendment for that one specifically. I wanted to ask about the Ottawa Street South properties and what, if any changes have occurred, and if I need to put a motion forward to make changes to those parcels.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Through the mayor, I'd refer you to item 4 of Appendix B. So we've outlined that we did have a site visit, and through that site visit, we confirmed that the environmental features that we had deemed were there and that the region had concluded were there are there. So therefore, we were not recommending changing the proposed zoning from the Natural Heritage Conservation Zone and the site-specific that we had proposed to recognize existing uses. With that said, we did put forward another option, which is the 4B, that would provide for a new site-specific revision that would allow for the existing residential dwellings on the property to expand by 25%, provided they do a tree preservation enhancement plan and that they comply with that. And we confirmed with regional staff that this would conform to both the regional official plan and also with our official plan. It's not recommended by staff, as we feel the zone we put forward previously affords the most protection, but this one would also comply to the official plan.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make that motion at the appropriate time that we move 4B on that specific property, those specific properties, sorry. And one other question that I have is, how do we assure that Crosby zoning is not imposed on the Rosenberg community?
Through the mayor, that's not before you. So the bylaw that council was considering and that would be considering again in the next statutory public meeting doesn't include that land. We still need to bring Rosenberg into the new official plan, per se. So we still have to go through a whole process of updating the official plan with the Rosenberg secondary plan and do the zoning. To be honest, it's in our work program right now for the year 2023. So it's not on the horizon anytime soon. So any of the development can proceed under the zoning that they have now.
Okay. That's all my questions, but I do have that amendment that I would like to bring forward, as well as I guess they're both amendments that I would like to bring forward at the appropriate time.
It's fine. I'll come back to you on that. Just before I go to the next question, though, just as a follow-up to that last one on Rosenberg, and you're saying it's not in the work plan till 2023. Is anything that we're doing tonight, though, setting a precedent that will impact potentially how we view this?
To the mayor, I think our suggestion of what's being put forward, we just would caution, I guess, as staff that if there was any resolution, we wouldn't necessarily want to bind a future council. So you'd have to be a little bit careful, I guess, with the delegates' motion as it's put forward, but that's perhaps for the clerk or others to advise on. The way that the official plan and the zoning were set up is that they have base mixed use designations and categories throughout the whole city. But it's expected, and what's happened in the bylaw so far, is that each node, each corridor, or in this case, each community, may have its own context-specific details that are a little bit different. And so Rosenberg is going to be a little bit different than the base zones, and a lot of that has been ironed out already with the approvals that we've had and when went to the OMB.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ioannidis.
So basically, what I'm looking at here is the suggestions by the Schlegel Group that this is what we're discussing right now. Is you don't want to see anything pre for former council, for further council in the future. Is that what you're saying?
Through the mayor, if you look at the wording, it may be construed as potentially binding a future council, that the zoning not be more restrictive. So a future council will have to make a decision on the new zoning that would apply to Rosenberg in the future. We don't know. There may be all sorts of circumstances that change in the next many years. The other thing is there may be things that may be more advantageous than the current zoning that may be desirable for that area. We do expect that the blueprint for the future zoning of Rosenberg is what is there now.
Okay, and we're not even going to look at this until 2023, so 4 years from now, basically.
Through the mayor, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Councillor Michaud.
Thank you. I just need some clarification from staff because this is still quite foreign to me. So with regards to 628 New Dundee, the desires to retain existing commercial C zoning in advance of the new zoning being done. And then it says amend the recommendation to remove lands from referral. Can you explain that to me in kind of layman's terms?
Sure, through the mayor, Sarah will help with that as well.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Through the mayor, so as you noted, we provided two options, and the first option is that staff is recommending that we refer that zoning to a future stage. So we are recommending that no zoning in Crosby be applied at this time. Therefore, they can retain their C2 zoning. And I know that the delegation, when they spoke to it, said they were also in support of this request. What we put forward as an alternate option is if council did not want to see this zoning referred to a future stage and wanted to proceed with the zoning we previously recommended on April 29th, that would be the alternate option, and therefore you would amend what we had recommended to apply the zoning now.
Thank you.
Okay, so that appears to be all the questions of staff. Councillor Marsh, if you can bring forward the motion. Okay.
Just move that the report of the Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee be adopted.
Okay. Councillor Ioannidis. So you're clear on that? Yep.
So yeah, I guess I'm moving report, the report that's in unfinished business, 8A, the new zoning bylaw as outlined in the report, not in the minutes of not from the committee.
Okay, and then I'll deal with the amendments, and both Councillor Galloway-Seelock and Ioannidis said they had amendments, so Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Do you need me to write it out? Because I am in the process of doing that.
I'll come back to you then.
Yeah, okay. I'm almost done.
Councillor Ioannidis?
Yeah, so what I'm looking at is, I guess Councillor Galloway-Seelock's looking at item A for the EV parking for the Schlegel's recommendations, and I'm prepared to adopt the rest of the recommendations that they have outlined in here. They're agreeable to at least to staff's recommendations on a few. I just want to go along with the other items, item C and D, that they have concerns with.
Sorry, can you repeat what exactly you're moving?
The list of their recommendations, Councillor Galloway-Seelock's going to deal with item A.
Okay.
There's item 2, their item B, they're acceptable to, and item E, they're acceptable to. So what I want to move is the recommendations that they have in place for item C and D.
Okay. So you're moving C and D as amendments. Okay. Councillor Chapman, are you making comments or moving amendments? Okay, I'll come to you to make your amendment. Well, actually, sorry, before I do that, Councillor Ioannidis, is there a seconder for your amendment? Councillor Davey, thank you. Councillor Chapman, over to you.
Yeah, I'd like to make an amendment to, I know this has already been adjusted by staff once, when it comes to the floor space ratio increase for units or for builds that have affordable housing, special needs, assisted or subsidized housing. And I would like to further modify the bonus value so that if you have 10% or greater of the dwelling units that fall into those categories, that the floor space ratio increase would be 2. 20% or greater the dwelling units would be 2.25, and 30% or greater would be 2.5. And then the 50% of dwelling units or higher would be 1.5 as it currently stands. So, do you want to say about it? Do you have a copy? Or?
Sure, if you can post it, but what are they at now?
So for 10 to 25% of the dwelling units, it's at 1. 25 to 50, it's at 2. And then greater than 50, it's 1.5. So I guess what I'm trying to do here is to create even greater incentives to increase the, to hope that we can better address or find ways to address the affordable housing crisis that we have. And right now I feel it's really the only tool that we have because we don't have inclusionary zoning, and that could take a while before we have that. I know this is not enforceable. We cannot require developers to have affordable housing units, but if we can raise the bar, the incentives, my hope would be that some of them might actually take us up on this.
Okay, does staff want to comment on it at all, or no? Okay. Councillors.
I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Marsh. Councillor Galloway-Sealock.
Oh, I'm just waiting for my amendment.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I need to read it. I wrote it out now. I need to read it. But basically, it's what I had mentioned with regards to properties 1893 and 1901 Ottawa Street South, that the amendment be what, well, I guess it's not an amendment, but move that 4B be adopted from page 8A-4. Which basically gives them a new site-specific provision to legalize the existing structure, driveways. It's all written there. So that's what I'd like to move. That's the first one. And then the second one, with regard to electric vehicle parking, it's the exact recommendation that's in the GSP report. I just amended or just changed the numbers, and I put the minimum to be 2.5 of parking spaces shall be electrical vehicle parking spaces, and that 17.5 be parking spaces that are electrical vehicle ready. And so that would be my amendment to that. If I can speak to it just quickly, I think there's I think having a number is difficult in this situation, because we want to make sure that we have a supply for the people who have electrical vehicles. But the uptake currently isn't being utilized. And when we have small commercial properties, it becomes difficult to be able to allot the amount needed in order to satisfy all vehicles that are required to use that space. And so I think this gets us from 0 to 2.5. It's halfway between what staff are suggesting, and I think that we get the overall impact of 20% vehicle ready or utilized. And so I think this is a good interim step for us to take to get to that place where everyone wants to be.
Councillor Ioannidis, you have more amendments, or?
I just want to clarify my amendment.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. It is getting late. I just wanted to make sure when we're dealing with item B that we're dealing with the approval of 6A, and then with item E that we're dealing with the recommendation of 9A. So I just want to make sure that's clarified.
Okay. Is the clerk clear on that? Yep. Okay. And Councillor Davies seconds Councillor Galloway-Sealock's amendments as well. So I'll go back and deal with Councillor Singh. None of these amendments are anything you have a conflict with? So do you want me? I'll deal with these amendments first. And there's none of them that are impacted in the urban growth area, correct? Okay, so how about I deal with the urban growth area first, you don't vote on that, and then I'll deal with everything else. So the report as it relates to the urban growth area, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So now we can go through one by one on the amendments. So we'll deal with Councillor Ioannidis. This is amendments first. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Then we have Councillor Chapman's amendment. Yep. Okay. Everyone clear? So those in favor of the amendment? Those opposed? Amendment carried. And then we'll deal with Councillor Galloway-Seelock's amendments. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried as well. So with that, I have to deal with the balance of the report as amended, not including the urban piece. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. You were allowed to vote for that one. Okay. So, that's all approved. Thank you, everyone, and congratulations to staff on a new zoning bylaw. We'll now move on to reports of the committees. And I'll start with Finance and Corporate Services, Councillor Davey. Oh, sorry, Councillor Gazzola, you have a question?
I want you to, if I have a question on 4, a couple of questions, and I wanted you to deal with 2 separately.
Okay.
Just 2 separately, the other, but I have a couple of questions on 4.
Okay, so let me just have Councillor Davey bring it in. Go ahead, Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Singh that the 4 items coming from Finance and Corporate Services be adopted.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola, question on number 4.
Yeah, the first question I want to, I'll start with the light stuff first. I just want to confirm that the park bridge replacements, one of those is the bridge on Shelley going over to Vanier Park. Is that correct? Okay, that's the second thing is that we're directing staff to look at including 500,000 for park improvements in each ward. Does that mean that these other figures change?
There was a report that came out to council with respect to that. Okay. Ms. Lusk or Mr. Lautenbach, whoever wants to take it.
Through the chair, there was an email that was circulated with a memo attached, and there was 3 reductions that were proposed to allow for some funding in the amount of $625,000 to be allocated to parks. Those adjustments were $150,000 reduction on line item F, which is the roofing replacement, as well as another reduction on that same line for $250,000, and then the building automation systems replacement upgrades to be taken off the list. And so that total reduction resulted in $625,000, which then was allocated or mentioned in the memo that was attached related to the parks infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. Now, my third question is, now today we're dealing here with about $7 million. Today we talked about we have infrastructure, an infrastructure problem of $227 million. Does this now mean it's $220 million?
Mr. Lautenbach.
Through the chair, so what we tried to do with the gas tax funding was allocated to priority needs. Facilities was one of those areas, so you'd notice that some of the replacements, particularly the roof replacements, 91 more, some of those costs would have been included in the information that you considered today, and so we are advancing things as we can through additional funding that we do receive through grant funding.
So the answer is yes, that there's some reduction in that magic figure.
There would be in terms of that total requirement and some of the components that are listed.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock on this?
Yeah, on this. I guess I'm just questioning the why we would take off roof replacements for recreational facilities, even cultural facilities, when we heard that we have that deficit in order to do the parks portion. What was the justification in taking that one off, in light of what we learned today with regards to our aging facilities.
Mr. Lautenbach?
Through the chair, a direction was provided to staff to find $500,000 that could be allocated to parks. And so we went through that exercise. We recognized that roofing replacement, particularly line item E being the odd, and then also the other roofs that were proposed, were the easiest ones to reduce. Not to say that they're not a priority to address, but they were the line items that we felt that we could reduce those two roofs in particular in terms of that list to provide the funding that council was looking at. The other item, which was the 225 building automation system, the justification under reducing that line item was that there is potentially some grant funding that may be available from a green infrastructure perspective. And so based on the comments that were received at council the last time it was discussed, felt that that may be another area where we could look for other funding to cover off that need.
Okay, I guess my other question is with respect to, so now we have 500,000 or 625,000 to go through towards to parks in each ward. So even if we have $6,500 for each ward, what realistically can we get in parks? Because we can't get a basketball net. What can we realistically get for that amount of money if we're going in 10 different parks?
Ms. Lusk?
Through you, Mayor Urbanovic, to Councillor Galloway's it's late, I'm sorry.
That's okay. You can call me whatever you want right now.
$62,000 would get us an advancement in tree planting in our parks, so we would make some headway in our tree replacement program, which right now is for boulevard trees right now, so we'd be able to get into the parks sooner than we had thought. We could potentially install something like a shade structure, one shade structure in a park per ward, or additional seating that could be placed in parks up to 10 to 12 benches.
I guess I'm just having some new information today, questioning. I know we need shade structures, I know we need trees, but are those more important than our building envelopes that we see a $227 million deficit in? So I'm just thinking, I'm not sure that second piece is something that I can support now.
Mr. Chapman?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, staff continue to stand behind the original recommendation, and so our preference would be that you would adopt that. What I put up on the screen is what was in the memo that Ms. McGoldrick sent out. I think highlighting the same concerns that you've raised about both our ability to deploy projects in 2019 and the value of the projects in each ward. And so you have in front of you the list of the 5 projects, park-related projects, that we would recommend that funding be allocated to if you are still inclined to move in that direction.
Go ahead.
So that doesn't even hit all 10 wards like it says in each ward. Like that, the direction is specific to park improvements in each ward. So
Mr.
that's
Chapman?
not happening.
Through the Mayor, there were 2 options identified in the memo, and the first option would deliver Council's direction. We've highlighted concerns with that approach and provided an alternate consideration here on this list as well. But certainly the first option in that memo would deliver on Council's direction to staff.
Okay, it just solidifies my decision that I can't support the second portion for the parks. I would go with staff's original recommendation.
Councillor Davey?
Thank you. I actually was going to, well, I guess it's technically Councillor Singh and I are moving it, but I was going to support option 1. I did have just one question. Staff did provide some recommendations in terms of how we could spend that per ward. I am curious if it looks like there's no issue in terms of timing. It doesn't necessarily have to be built this year. Would it be possible to consult with members of council so that we could each determine how we think that that funding might be best spent in our wards, with the understanding that nothing would be built until next year?
Mr. Mayor, I believe that would be doable.
Sorry, could you speak up?
We could consult with council.
Okay, I would move that option.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just kind of reiterate my comments from committee that although it's very evidently clear that we do have a mounting deficit towards infrastructure and facility management, I think it's great that we got some additional funding through the gas tax. It's, I think, prudent action that this council will probably has already through comments and recommendations through strat plan are looking at various different strategies that will address that shortfall. I think the approach that council or committee had taken before was just to take a slight little bit from that $7 million extra that this municipality was able to get from the gas tax and disperse it equitably amongst this, throughout the city, equally amongst the 10 wards, so that our residents could look at some immediate tangible benefits for things that they just have to kind of beg and plead for, or really wait in the line for improvements that may never come in our parks, like bench structure, seating, like shade structures, like slight improvements to our play structures. These are things that these neighborhoods have to wait for a long time. This is one way that we could address it and give our inputs, respective inputs for the areas that we represent. So I think this is still a responsible step to take, and I think it's a good way to give a little back to our residents for immediate benefit.
Okay, so those are all the comments. Ms. Lusk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would like just to reiterate our concerns with option 1 that were presented in the memo, and the fact that right now it would be a ton of work and negligible, progress made in each ward if we were to use option number 1. In addition, we don't have staff resources right now to actually manage that amount of work for the $625,000 worth of work that would be required.
Okay, so I am a little bit concerned about the potential for staff burnout. I guess one of the things I'm looking at or wondering, as part of this, can we bring in some people on an interim basis to do some of this work? I don't know who wants to. Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm only jumping in because the level of what can be accomplished is, I think, comparable to some of our grants in the Love My Hood program. And all I'll tell you is that takes a considerable amount of staff effort. We have a neighborhood development office of 3 staff right now trying to move those projects forward. That does not include the engagement we would have to do with park staff. So you can hire a dedicated person, but people like the director of parks and the manager of parks are still going to have to be involved in all of these projects. This is not a small undertaking.
Councillor Michaud?
I'd just like to talk about this option B, or the second option here. I know that all the parks will get something like $50,000 each or something if you allocate over, and that's not a lot of money to have any impact. I mean, I don't think you're going to tell that anything can be done. And we talk about staffing for it. This option, now I'll be full disclosure here. I've got Upper Canada Skate Park needs another $100,000 to get the park up to where it should be. I guess the budget came in a little under. So I'd like to seriously look at this option for the parks and have a better bang, because I don't know what you're going to get for $50,000 each.
Councillor Davey?
Sorry, I need to chime in. I could solve dozens of solutions on one hand, and an alternative option that I've floated out is there's even potential for a funding partner. For example, I've already reached out to one to close the gap for a basketball court that kids have asked for in my ward. So that's why I would very much like to see the option for council to consult with staff. And again, I want to be clear, we don't need to do this all immediately. If it can be, we have till next construction season to discuss it with staff, to figure out any kinks, and then have it in place for the following construction season in 2020.
Councillor Michaud?
I agree with you. That makes sense. I didn't even think of the sponsorship and opportunities. That's, especially for something new going to park, that's a smart idea. Okay.
Okay, so everyone's clear. So we're dealing with, have you had all your questions answered, Councillor Gazzola? That was just on this item? Okay, so let's deal with number 4 first, with the amendment that we would pick option A. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Number 2, you asked to be dealt with separately, Councillor Gazzola. Okay. Number 2. Sorry?
All of number 4, have we?
We did. I took it as number 4 with option A. Nobody asked it to be split up.
Sorry, that was my misunderstanding because I was looking at the report that we have in front of us as opposed to the memo.
Okay, so do you want to...
Well, I wanted specifically to have what's in the council agenda, the second paragraph, where it says that staff be directed to reprioritize list of priorities for the wards, that to be taken separately, because then that would take option A, B, and C, or whatever it was, off the table, and then we could vote on the original. My preference is then to vote on the original recommendation from staff. Does that make sense?
Okay, if there wasn't clarity, I'll deal with the 2 separately. So Councillor Davey has moved A as the amendment.
And so is that the second portion of the paragraph?
That's the second portion of the paragraph.
Okay.
So you're moving A, and it's been seconded by Councillor Singh.
Can we have a
Sorry?
recorded vote?
Okay. So a recorded vote has been called. So is everyone clear on it? So what we're voting on is that we would take that 6.9 million, we would reduce it in the areas where staff had indicated, and we'd have 62,500 per ward for projects that would be determined together with the ward councillor, and but they wouldn't necessarily be constructed this year, would likely be constructed in 2020.
Can I quickly comment on that?
Okay.
Well,
You already have, but let's go. Yeah, we got to go. We're not going to be done before midnight. Sorry.
I don't speak very often, so I
know, but you already have spoken on this issue. Okay. So, a recorded vote has been called. And the motion, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And now the balance of number 4. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Now we'll deal with number 2. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And the balance of the report, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Move on to Community and Infrastructure Services Committee. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dave Schneider that items 1 through 9 be approved, as we already dealt with number 10.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Moving on to Planning and Strategic Initiatives. Councillor Marsh.
It is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Chapman that the report of the Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee be adopted. Items 2 through 5. As item 1 is what we already... Oh, no. I'm sorry. Yeah.
No.
No? I'm right? Okay.
1 through 5.
We've already dealt with number 1 because it was 8A.
Okay.
Yeah. It's all right. I didn't even hear you.
Okay. So, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And who's bringing Heritage Kitchener forward? Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, it's been approved by myself and seconded by Councillor Chapman that the report of the Heritage Committee be adopted, and that deals with the fact that Heritage Kitchener 2019-2020 work plan as circulated with the May 7th, 2019 Heritage Agenda be approved.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So, moving on then, we've dealt with unfinished business. New business. We have to deal with the appointment for the Grand River Hospital Board. Right now, Councillor Chapman has been serving on it, and I forget why, but we only did it for part of a year when we did it. Oh, okay. So we will take nominations for Hydro. Not for Hydro, for our hospital board. It's once a month, Tuesdays, like from 4 till, yeah. So, anybody interested? Taking nominations? Councillor Michaud. Any other nominations? Huh? Seconded by... Any other nominations? Going once? Going twice? I take it you don't want to do it anymore? No? Going 3 times? There is no other nominations. Congratulations, Councillor Michaud. That was easy. Let's keep moving, and maybe we won't need to suspend the bylaw. New business? Questions and answers? Councillor Gazzola.
I just want to bring up my monthly question on the LRT crossing in the ward that I represent, and I have talked to staff, and there was the necessity to purchase 2 parcels of land. One is completed, and the second one is almost completed. And I just want to mention it here that staff have agreed that by the end of June they'll bring back a full report estimating when that whole project can be completed.
Okay, thank you. And the only other piece of regional news that I would add very quickly is June 21st at 10:30 a.m. will be the launch of the ION, and council obviously is encouraged to attend. Yeah, it is free. It is free for 10 days, until up to and including July 1st. The whole GRT system is free. No, but the opening will be the launch will be at Fairview Station. Yes. Yes. There'll be parties all along the LRT route and uptown and downtown on the 22nd. So with that, it's been moved by Councillor Gazzola, seconded by Councillor Marsh, that leave be given the mover and seconder to introduce the bylaws listed on the agenda, and the same be taken as read a first time and stand referred to Committee of the Whole. All in favor? Oh, sorry, there's a couple more bylaws. Go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have 4 additional bylaws coming through PSIC. There's an official plan amendment for 100 Seabrook Drive. There are 3 zone change amendments, one for 100 Seabrook Drive, one regarding 450 Bridgeport Road, and finally one for 730 New Dundee Road. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. It's been moved by Councillor Schneider. The council resolve itself into committee of the whole. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Over to you, Councillor Schneider. Bylaws for second reading first.
Sorry. Bylaws for second
I'll
reading.
move it. For Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay. Now.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have one encroachment request from Rogers Communication, and that's an installation at Morrison Park, and that's the only item that we would require to be added to Committee of the Whole this evening.
Okay. Do we have a mover for Councillor Ioannidis? All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Councillor Galloway-Seelock has moved the tenders.
Councillor Chapman has a question.
Chapman?
Okay, I don't know where we are, but
On tenders.
yeah. Okay, so I'm on page 3 of the Committee of the Whole, on the blue pages. Are we get there?
Yeah, but we're on tenders right
okay,
now.
sorry.
Yeah.
Oh wait, sorry.
Okay, any questions on the tenders? Any showing any questions on the tenders? Okay. Tenders are moved by Councillor Galloway-Seelock. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I'll move items 2, 3, and 4.
Okay. Any questions on those?
Councillor Gazzola has a question.
Sorry? Councillor Gazzola.
Yes,
Okay,
on
Councillor
item
Gazzola.
number 4, I just wanted to ask if there's an annual fee. We just approved the previous one for Rogers, and we talked about an annual fee. Is there one on this encroachment? I know the report states that there's a processing fee of $235, but is there, like the other one, is there an annual rental for encroaching our property?
Yeah. Staff?
No, in this case, there is a application fee of $280 and then a processing fee of $235, and those are the fees applicable for this variety of encroachment.
Why isn't the rental fee the same as the other one applicable?
Well, I'm not sure of the details, but staff are simply applying the normal fees and charges bylaw, which would impose this type of fee for the downtown.
Okay. Is that it? Okay. So on items 2, 3, and 4, all in favor? Opposed? And that carries. Item 5, the More Homes, More Choice Act. Is this where you have your question? Okay.
In the where it says, therefore be it resolved that the City of Kitchener expresses its support for aspects to the bill, including proposed changes to Schedule 6, Environmental Assessment Act, which increases environmental assessment exemptions from low-risk municipal undertakings. What exactly is meant by low-risk municipal undertakings? What things would fall in that category?
Mr. Reedman?
Through the chair, it's on page 5-4 under Schedule 6. It does talk a little bit about those. So it's things under the Environmental Assessment Act that are typically things like de-icing or streetscaping, things that would have required an environmental assessment, but they're low-risk activities in the environment. So there are positive aspects of it that staff have highlighted.
And we want to exempt, we want those, I'm so tired. We want,
okay.
Okay, whatever, that's fine. I had another question, I don't know what my question is. And further down where it says Schedule 12, no, I don't want to ask a question. Okay. That's
You good?
it.
Okay. On item 5, a mover on that? Councillor Michaud? Oh, Councillor Marsh?
Well, given this morning's news that Bill 108 is on hold for what? Okay, so I just want to ask staff to comment on whether or not there's any benefit to holding off on sending this note.
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, it's my understanding that the media reports that Bill 108 is being delayed are inaccurate. The only delay that was announced today, as I understand it, was in the retroactive funding reductions for services like EMS and public health. I think the media may have been confused because in Toronto's advocacy, they linked the financial impacts of Bill 108 being potential reduction to development charges for soft services as a financial impact to municipalities, and so the media believed that Bill 108 was captured in the announcement. I was on a call with senior ministry staff on a related matter today, and they confirmed that it's their understanding that the bill is proceeding to final reading within the current sitting of the legislature as originally planned.
All right, let's send the letter then. Yeah.
Okay. Number 5 has been moved. Oh, Councillor Davey, question?
Thank you. I just would like to ask, while I notice that Mr. Tansley is here, now that the LPAT has been around for a short while, I know there was some hiccups earlier on. Can you comment in general terms as to the state of that transition from the OMB to the LPAT?
Mr. Tansley?
Just for clarity, you're asking how it's been going?
Yes.
It's been difficult, in a word.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we're clear on the wording, because that was my understanding as well. And without getting into the nitty-gritty, it's a late hour. We're simply just asking them to reconsider. So we're not directing them to stick with the LPAT. We're not directing them to not go to the OMB. We're still, as part of this resolution, I want to be clear, we're still leaving the government an opportunity to reform it in some fashion to smooth line if there are issues which I don't pretend to fully understand. I just want clarity on that point.
Mr. Reedman?
Through the chair. So I think the concern is twofold. One is the proposal to shorten the decision-making timelines, which will default decisions to a separate body away from council. So that combination of the two issues, we're hoping the province will reconsider so that decisions are made locally with an appropriate amount of engagement with the community.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay. All in favor? And opposed? And that carries. And item number 6, the Bram Street Yard Parking Agreement. Mover? Councillor Ioannidis? Any questions? All in favor? Opposed? And that carries. Okay. Oh yes. Okay. That the proceedings and the recorded pecuniary interests and conflicts taken in the meeting of the Committee of the Whole held this date, as attached hereto and forming part of these minutes, are hereby adopted and confirmed. Seconded? Seconder? Councillor Ioannidis, thank you. Favor? I know it's not scary. Stop. I can't answer anything right now, Debbie.
You knew that it was mostly call center